Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes. So tonight we have with us Jen's Little Corner.
Hi.
Godless Sewing.
How's it going?
And Junie the Apostate.
Greetings.
And it says there are 6 people in the side chat, but nobody's typed anything yet, so I don't know who's out there. Although I have been negligent in when I've been thanking my patrons, that, of course, Greg Warwick, the Lavender Lady, and Mikey Famine, but also Ox started sending me money last month.
Awesome.
And then a new patron now is also Robert X.
Oh, cool.
So I'm up to 5. I'm getting there.
You're officially a YouTuber.
You are grossly undersubbed, Purple.
And how long have you been doing this?
Years.
Yeah, actually, May will be the 3rd anniversary for my channel.
Awesome.
Nice.
How you're not at already 1,000 subs is beyond me, Purple.
Largely because I don't put out any effort. I just do these random chat streams. If I was putting out edited videos on any kind of a regular basis, like even once a month, then I might be able to complain about not having enough subs, but...
Yeah, but I haven't put out an edited video for a couple of months, and I'm still getting subs, so yeah, I'm like...
Yeah, but see, you still have topics that you actually do a bit of research for.
A bit. I have topics I have opinions on. There's a difference.
I know a little bit about Darwin, and like Aldous Huxley was his bulldog, and he would like sick Aldous Huxley on people because Darwin, after a while, got tired of fighting people. Okay,
and I'm seeing now we have Doc Fearsome, Sloth Girl Slowly, and Hans P.S. Hansen in the side chat.
Yeah.
And yes, today is Darwin Day. That it was on the date in 1809 that Charles Darwin was born.
Awesome.
And in 1831, he began a 5-year voyage around the world where he took extensive notes and drew lots of pictures of all the weird animals he found. And that is what led him to his theories on evolution.
To be fair, though, and this is a misconception of most people, they weren't just his theories. There are a lot of other several other scientists, naturalists at the same. Call them naturalists because that's what they call themselves. Although these days, if you say a naturalist, you're thinking somebody who likes to go to the beach nude.
Yeah,
but,
very much so. Very much so.
But naturalists at the time, who were moving down the same path of evolution, where they had the thought that this was the thing because all the evidence was pointing in that direction. He was not even the first person to publish about it. And he had backwards and forwards conversations with at least one of the other people who was going down the same road. And for the life of me, I cannot remember his name.
I don't remember his name either, but yeah, you're completely right.
So to say it's Darwin's theory, it's...
Well, and there were several competing theories of evolution. Mostly it was that he championed the idea of the natural selection by environmental pressures.
Exactly. Yes. And people used Darwin and they grew from there. So Darwin is the basis of what a lot of people use. And
his text on it was probably one of the easiest to read and follow and understand and to build from, but it still took a long time. I mean, Darwin was heavily ridiculed in his own time.
It's because Darwinian evolution does not make human beings special, and people were mad about it. And so that's why people freaked out about Darwin in the first place, because they were like, wait a minute, what about us? And he was like, we're not that special.
Yeah, although in his first book, In Origin of the Species, he almost completely avoided that topic. And it was really only on the last page of the book that he mentioned that humans were subject to the same processes.
Absolutely. But that's because of suppression.
That fear of not being special is probably something that almost every single human has
Well, I think that's the base of the conspiracy mindset, is that the people want to feel special. They want to feel they know something the experts don't know.
And it's the same with anybody who's any of the isms, like racism or, or a bigot or a phobe. That their thing is that they're special. So if you give rights to somebody else, well, I'm no longer special.
Well, look at the modern day TERFs.
We all say you're special doing our head.
One of their biggest argument is that, we're redefining or we're doing this or that. What it really is saying is that they don't feel special anymore.
No.
Everything that they're fighting against, they're once again, they're fighting against their own interests.
It annoys me the most in groups that have been held down and had to fight for the rights in the past, who then go, oh no, there's enough rights now, I've got mine, screw the rest of you. That pisses me off more than anything else.
Well, and unfortunately, I've really seen the LGBTQ community being a microcosm of that.
It has.
Keep going through the same fights every couple of decades for whether or not this group should be included under that banner.
And not just that, the fight is also within as well as from without.
Yeah.
Well,
I started out in the 1980s about arguing whether or not bisexuals were valid.
Yeah. At the moment, the argument is the two biggest arguments are probably bisexuals are still part of the argument, but the two biggest parts of the arguments are probably for trans people and ace people.
Absolutely, but with bi people, it's bi erasure right now because people are just flat out saying you're either one or the other or you don't exist.
Yeah, because everybody likes having neat boxes, which is why people like binaries, but very little in life is actually a true binary
at all.
Yeah.
Except in maths.
Yeah, but we're not equations.
No, we're not. We're people, and people live in spectrums. We're bundles of probability.
It's just always bothered me that being openly bisexual, I caught as much flack from gay men as I did from straight men.
Yeah.
And it's like, why alienate a group that wants to be your ally?
I've always wondered about that.
Exactly. But if it's the case of wanting your support, they're all for that. Give us all your support, but don't worry, we won't give it back at the end of it. That's the biggest thing that the trans community has faced in that, give us all our supports. We've got to get these equal rights for marriage. Hey, we've got equal rights for marriage. Fuck off. You're too complicated.
Yeah.
And that's what bothers me is that there really isn't anything about all the arguments about trans people that we haven't already gone through.
Oh, yeah. They're exactly the same arguments re-vomited.
But that's why I don't understand why people don't see that it's the exact same thing. Like, how can you not see it's just the same pig with different lipstick?
Even if you're talking about trans women in sports, all those arguments were made from a point of view of racism in sport in the past.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we can't let these. I don't want to say the word. We can't let these people partake in the sports with us because they have an unfair advantage.
They said it about black people in the 50s.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going, but I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, that was a big argument about the first black baseball players being allowed into the NBA, allowed into the National Baseball League.
They made a rule where Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was not allowed to dunk. They had to make a rule so no one was allowed to dunk because it was cheating because he was so much bigger and better than everybody else.
Yeah. And it's exactly the same arguments used now with trans women. And to the point of it, even their argument about safety wasn't an argument used against black people in sport. Oh, it's going to be unsafe for the white people if we let the black people. Then fuck off. That's not how any of this works. It never was.
Robert X has a new argument. Trans people pay too much rent.
Well,
I thought we needed that laugh.
Yeah, because you need the extra closet for 2 wardrobes when you're transitioning.
Yeah, I guess.
To be fair, as a bi guy, I have a room that is a closet. I turned an entire room. I was going to
say, Will, you have like an entire room.
Yeah, I did. I had to.
I don't understand this. I'll ask Judy. See, I don't get this living as how about you boy mode, girl mode, living between the two and swap you backwards and forwards? Because I never did that. I was sort of androgynous up until I was in my 20s, and when I started transition, and as soon as I started transition, that was it. Fuck this. I'm transitioning. I'm done. There was no thing for me, and it was at a time when I got ridiculed for it, but I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, it is kind of strange stuff, like to decide. Okay, I mean, not for me, but I guess for everybody else. If I start, I guess now I'm just doing kind of a hand-me-down for my own partner sometimes, but most of the things that I wear still kind of, I mean, even though they appear feminine, they're actually from the men's section. So, but just if they appear larger, so I can look like, I'm wearing the quote boyfriend gear.
I wear a lot of denim. I have tons of denim shirts. If I took a men's denim shirt and a woman's denim shirt and put them next to each other, most people would not be able to tell the difference.
Buttons.
On stream, though, I've worn a woman's shirt more than once and no one said a word.
Buttons.
I've just never had any style, so I don't bother with it. I've got like 2 pairs of work jeans and 2 pairs of everyday jeans and an assortment of different colored t-shirts and a denim jacket. That's pretty much it.
There are 2 really easy ways to tell the difference between men's attires and women's attires, aside from the cut. One is the direction of the buttons.
Yep.
And the other is women's attire has fake pockets instead of real fucking ones.
They really do. Yeah. I do not understand.
Well, then that makes tuxedos women's attire.
That's true.
Hey,
that's true.
Having said that, there's lots of women who look really sexy in a tux.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
See, here in LA, you can get a tux for anybody.
Yeah,
for anyone. Well,
I understand the thing about the pockets too, because women's jeans actually fit me better than men's jeans. But then I've got no place to put my stuff.
Yeah. For me, I can't wear skinny jeans. I can't. If I wear skinny jeans, I send the wrong signal. I am hippie. I cannot wear girl jeans. But it's also an age thing. It wasn't from my generation, so I don't feel comfortable wearing tight pants. The boys need room.
I'm still waiting for, jeggings. But until then, I'll still continue wearing, whatever's out there right now, even if it's for a female. It looks good, and I feel comfortable in it, and that's what matters.
The evolution of clothes. Darwin would be proud.
How did we get on eating penguins?
Penguins tasty. Come on.
That's the one animal I would probably cry if someone asked me to eat it. And someone told me, "Hey, you just ate a penguin," I would cry because I watch a lot of the BBC documentaries.
Hey, Suris, hello.
Oh my goodness,
Suris.
Hey, what's
up?
How's it going?
I'm trying to get my audio settings to go out the right way because apparently everything is trying to come out of my speakers, and that's not where I want it to be.
How are you, Suris? Long time no see.
I am. There we go. Okay, now it's coming through my headphones. That's much better. I am up late and bored, so I figured I'd pop in and say hi.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, always great to have you here.
I'll try not to fangirl.
But whilst you're here, Suris, can Will and I invite you onto our What the Fuck show next Thursday night? Because we're going to be talking about cultural norms and cultural appreciation.
Cultural appropriation.
So next Thursday I'm not free because on Thursdays I actually have therapy. So makes it kind of hard for me to do a whole lot on Thursdays. Even my stream today, I had to cut it in half.
Therapy's important, though. Like,
therapy's more important.
Absolutely,
always more important. We
but
drag you into something at some point.
Fair enough.
No, I'm half black and half Mexican and fit into not either category, so it's going to be a fun topic. It's definitely be something I can jump into.
Probably something we'll keep talking about when we come on to Perps afterwards.
Yeah, we are the warm-up band for you, Perp.
Yeah, we're the warm-up band for the major attraction.
Well, that's probably going to help me quite a bit. Just to have something to get people in here.
Although we weren't good for you this week because our views were down this week, so
mine are down as well this week. Something
weird this week. So
yeah,
do people actually have things to do?
Do people have lives?
What is a life?
Yeah, people don't vicariously live on YouTube like I've been for the past year in lockdown.
I've been doing it regardless of lockdown.
Yeah. I was trying not to throw that out there, but yeah, I do too.
By the way, Suris, you realize you're a cat girl.
Yes, I do realize that.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking because this week's been one of those weeks where people not realizing exactly who they are.
I needed that though. That video.
Oh, I so needed that. That was awesome.
I genuinely laughed. Like I genuinely laughed. Like I needed a real, an actual like
one of those belly laughs.
Yeah, I needed that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's good to get it every once in a while.
It was a good change from all the other drivel we have to put up with.
I think Robert X was wondering what the software is that you use to have your pictures moving.
Oh, okay. The software itself is FaceRig with a plugin called Live 2D because technically this is a 2D image. It's just layered about 100 times to make it look like 3D.
Yeah, Suris beat me to the VR. Well, the VTuber. As you can see, mine is still buried. And people call you the, all hail the unblinking one. Yeah, look at me. I can only move my mouth at this point.
I'd never noticed until you said something.
I did. I actually thought it was a still image until you said that.
No, I noticed. I noticed the mouth. I just, I didn't think about the non-blinking.
Yeah, I didn't think about the eyes. I just noticed the mouth moving when we were in the chats.
For some reason, the people who watch me decided that they wanted to start a cult, and I just... It's bad when yesterday the first hour of my stream was dedicated to, all right, guys, let's go over the bite model. Here's what you can do. Here's what you can't do. Here's where the joke ends and the problem begins.
Yeah.
At least you're stopping your cult before it starts.
Like my thing is that like if people want to have a joke, like they jokingly have a cult, okay, fine. That I'm perfectly okay with. Humor's great, and I'm not going to stop my community from engaging in humor. I'm not going to be a tight ass. Yeah. But if somebody that's why I went over Stephen Hassan's whole shtick there is like, okay, guys, if you guys haven't seen this before, please look these over. I will link them to you. It is there. I cannot tell you when the joke begins and ends. You guys have to police each other. Here you go. Do not engage in these things. If I hear one of y'all fuckers come at a real Suris fan would do that. Well, no. As soon as you start doing that, you're all fucking done.
I was just about to ask you, what's your cutoff point of like fan, fanatic, and now they're creating a cult?
My cutoff point is if I can tell that they're engaging in behavior control, like I just gave an example there.
Yeah.
If somebody tried to go with like a real fan wouldn't do this or something like that. If they tried to go with information control, like if they started saying don't look at Telltale, look at Suris's content on cults, it's like, bitch, I've collabed with Telltale, don't do that.
Yeah.
Just if I see standard identifying factors of cult formation, or Even outside of that, I just see somebody using it to be toxic. There is my cutoff point.
I have this. I'm an independent person, so when I even think people are doing that, I'm out. The whole in-group out-group thing is just annoying after a certain point.
Will's quite pedantic about it too. I've had conversations with him after streams. He goes, "Do you think our followers are getting a bit culty?" I'm like, "What?"
I want people to disagree with me.
I've got 700 and something subscribers to my channel, Will. I don't think there's anything close to a cult there.
No, so I want to be told I'm wrong every once in a while. I spout, I chat stuff sometimes and I don't know what I'm saying. If I'm wrong, I want to be corrected.
I love you just the same, but yeah, you do.
It's all experience because it's experience.
And there's nothing wrong with having that standard where, like, if you notice that everybody's agreeing with you all the time, then maybe there's a threshold that needs to be walked back at that point. It's one of the reasons why in my like generally whenever I do a recording part, I'm like, hey, if I'm wrong about this, please tell me in the comment section.
That's
like,
right.
Have the decency.
My dad worked for NASA. He was a electrical engineer. He was this really intimidating guy, but he'd always tell me, if I'm wrong, I want to know I'm wrong. I don't want to keep going, in the wrong direction. So tell me immediately. So I've learned to speak up, from a young age.
Right, yeah. Well, and I do appreciate that. And, perfect example is my newest patron, Robert X, has been hanging around here pretty much since I started. And if I get anything wrong on history, I know he's going to call me on it.
I love that.
So you're saying that there wasn't a secret cabal of Protestants that just hid away from the Catholics, and you're saying that none of that happened, and everything Discount Hoven told me was a lie? I can't believe this.
Can you wiggle your ears?
Discount Ken Hoven.
Wait, who just asked that? Oh, Robert X says, "Can I wiggle my ears?" I mean, yeah, of course. Here.
There we go.
There you go. Wiggle. Wiggle.
Okay. Robert, how could sex fit white model?
I can do that in real life. That's just a stupid human tricks.
Well, that's one of the things about the whole evolution thing is, why do most mammals have that ability to control their ears and humans have lost that?
There was no benefit to it for us.
Yeah.
You got to so we're a social group. There is less benefit to a single human being able to be hyper aware of their surroundings because we generally travel in packs, and we have for thousands of years. Other animals that have solitary hunters, it is more likely that there's an evolutionary benefit for them to have an ear that can basically give them better tracking of their surroundings. We don't necessarily have that same issue.
Don't have movable ears either.
Yeah, because again, they're social creatures. If they're in a group of 15 or 16, two things. One, they can handle any issue that they come across, and two, the likelihood that a random panther is going to come and try to fuck with them is really low.
Yeah. Also, as our brains got bigger, our ability to process our auditory surrounds actually got changed from just an instinctual way of being able to process what's around us to a more ability to think about what's happening around us. So
it's your type 1 versus type 2 thinking.
Yeah.
Because with your type 1 thinking, that's where when the brush wiggles and you hear it, your type 1 thinking says it's a lion. That's a lion that's going to kill me. Your type 2 thinking comes in and you go, wait, no, that's a bush and I'm in the middle of New York City. And I'm nowhere near a zoo.
Well, to be fair,
I mean, our ape ancestors and our earlier hominid ancestors did the same thing because they were in groups. They knew they were protected by whoever was on guard and things like that. So their ability to discern the different sounds and know what was going to be danger instead of this noise, I need to panic, increase. So it was a brain capacity thing and a social thing.
Yeah, well, and also, of course, the ability to discern sounds more accurately was vitally important, to our, communicating through language. That we have to be able to tell the different sounds apart especially in the earlier stages before we had such a large vocabulary.
The combined ability of being able to read lips, read hand motions and expressions, and articulate that along with words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We're not using
I'm
our
more
ears to
disappointed
send
in our loss of
signals.
smell than our loss of hearing.
Well,
I'll tell you,
I quit smoking and I could, my senses nicotine. I quit smoking nicotine and my smell came right back.
I'm going to be honest. As somebody who lives close enough to Atlanta, I'm sometimes very thankful for my inability to smell most things.
Is that like Tacoma, Washington, where they have the Tacoma aroma, where you could just smell the harbor at a certain point?
I'm sure all the previous White House staff were glad of the same thing, but
the thing with Atlanta is that if you've ever been in downtown Atlanta, there are several businesses sandwiched together very, very closely, and they don't all share dumpsters. Most of them have their own dumpsters, and this means that you have right behind these businesses dumpster after dumpster after dumpster after dumpster, and generally speaking, they don't get emptied out but once every 1 or 2 weeks, which means that smell accumulates. Imagine going next to a Quick Trip and that smell being in more places than you're comfortable with.
Downtown LA is like that too.
Where the businesses are packed together, and so you get all their garbage.
You'll walk past an alley and you'll get a waft of every trash can. It's bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad. I know exactly. I have family in Savannah, Georgia.
I can't think of anywhere in my city that's like that.
Well, in LA County,
you can smell as trash.
There's 10 million people just in LA County, and those are people that actually took time out to be counted. So, we're probably closer to 11 or 12 million people here. That doesn't count Orange County or San Diego or Riverside, So there's lots of trash.
Yeah, because most of the other cities around here don't really have that issue. If I go into Marietta,
mm-hmm.
nothing's packed that tight. If I go to Cartersville is a poor city, but even it doesn't have the same smell that Atlanta does, because things just are not packed anywhere near as tightly. It's not an issue of cleanliness. It has nothing to do with the city being more or less clean. It just has to do with there being a higher volume of trash and a higher density.
Absolutely. Because they've gone
years ago when I went to Atlanta, the thing that shocked me the most was as you drove in, you could see the smog.
Yep.
Mexico City is the same way. LA is the same way.
So you're saying that Spaghetti Junction and feeling like you were going to be flung off while driving wasn't the first thing that hit you?
Oh yeah, you mean the loop around the city? Yeah, that was crazy.
No, the loop around the city is 120, I believe. That is
okay.
That is when I was a manager at Quick Trip, that was my most hated thing because if you're a manager at Quick Trip, you don't work at just your store; you work at every store. So you get very familiar.
I worked at a Carl's Jr. I worked at one in downtown Portland, one in LA, and one in Reno. And they basically used me because I was the only one who was a manager and willing to travel.
That's at Quick Trip. There's a actual job position for that. It's called the ER position.
Oh, wow.
And it's if anybody calls out sick and you have their job qualifications and description, then you just drive to that store, wherever the fuck it may be.
Oh, wow. That could be a good thing. Back then, I really needed money, so I was more than volunteer to get on a plane and go help a store out,
Yeah. No, with the one that I'm talking about, Spaghetti Junction, there's a and it's connected to that loop you were talking about, Jen.
Yeah.
But it's a series of roads that are all elevated like 100 or 200 feet above the city, and they all snake in and out of one another because they're all around the same area, but they cover like 15 to 16 different exits. And it's called Spaghetti Junction because if you go over it with an aerial view, it just looks like a fucking mound of spaghetti.
You should say that about downtown.
It doesn't look great from underneath either.
My fiance was really shocked when we drove back from New York for her to meet my family. Oh, we have Doc here.
Hey, Doc.
When we got to the Indiana-Illinois line, I said I was taking over there because she knows I hate to drive anyway. but I learned to drive. I learned my city driving on the Chicago expressways. And it's like going through there. Yeah, she was nearly panicking. But, you know, I knew damn well that on the Chicago expressways, if you're not in the lane you need to be in 2 miles before you see the sign, you'll have no chance of getting over.
You're done. Same thing with Atlanta. You're completely screwed if you are not there like way early.
I'm from LA. If you gave me Slayer and a fast car, I feel like I could be in NASCAR. We drive extremely fast around here.
Yeah, I moved to Omaha like for a couple of years, and I realized the huge difference between there and here. It's like, oh yeah, I know I'm back in Chicago when I know my life is endangered when I'm just driving.
Is it danger from the driving, or is there a potential for violence? Because in LA, like when you flip someone off, you're putting your life in your hands, in their hands.
A little bit of both.
That's what it is. That's what it is in Atlanta. There's the first warning I got when I moved here was don't piss off drivers. Everyone has guns and everyone's in a bad mood.
See, that'd be even more scary if people had guns here like that. Here in Lefty Land, that would be even more scary because people are so damn angry here.
Now, everyone here is a Trump supporting Marjorie Taylor Greene fan.
You know, I have family in Savannah, and you know, there's things I don't even want to say on stream what they called me. They were not nice. So it's a different world in Georgia.
It's the same thing here. There's things that members of my family who I will not say have uttered that I will not say.
Yeah, exactly.
But they were things that led us to not talking for weeks.
I had a family member. He jokingly, I was in Savannah, and he jokingly said, "Oh, all the dudes from LA are bi," and I said, "I am," and he didn't talk to me for like a week after that. He didn't know. He flat out told me he had never been around somebody who just openly was like, "I'm okay with who I am," you know.
That's like the freaking. I don't know if any of you guys watch Jesse Lee Peterson's stuff whenever he's interviewing people like on that we would associate with like actual Jake and stuff. In Jesse Lee Peterson's interview with Jake, Hannah, who was not Hannah at the time of this, was letting Jesse Lee Peterson know that they were bi, and the entire conversation, and this is like what happens in all of fucking Georgia. The entire conversation at that point was Jesse turning to Jake and going, "And you two live together, and you're okay with that?" And just like, wow. What do you think they're gonna do? Try to stalk him in his sleep or something?
It's a real insecurity it's a projected insecurity that people have. Like, oh, what do I do? I don't know what to do. I'm beyond my boundaries. This person's okay with themselves.
Yeah, I sent a coming out letter to every member of my family over 30 years ago. So they all know about me. It's never mentioned. And anytime at a family gathering, anything comes up that could lead to a comment on that, my mother changes the subject instantly.
Combination of trying to be courteous and also very uncomfortable with the subject matter.
Yeah.
See, for my family,
it's just bizarre that it has gone over 3 decades, and I've only had 2 people in my family ever acknowledge anything.
They don't call me unless someone comes out. They're like, "Oh, call Uncle Sewing." But no one, same in my family, no one. I was raised Catholic, so it's just denial from the gates,
See, I mean, despite the fact that most of my family is religious in some form or another, the exceptions being my brother and myself, and some of the younger people in the family aren't religious, but older. If anyone has any questions about being lesbian, gay, bi, trans, anything like that, it all comes to me. They just phone me up, or they wait till they see me face to face and just ask straight out. There's no embarrassment there. It's just straight out, I'm going to ask you a question. But it even comes down to other things. My mum phoned me up mean, I wasn't even. I was living in Perth, and she lives in Albany. So there's like, I've got two older sisters who live in the same town, so they're right there, and she could have asked them, but no, she phones me up to ask me to ask me for advice on the best lube to use to enhance her sex life.
That's an awkward conversation to have.
It was an incredibly awkward conversation to have. It was also like, why me? And she goes, because you're the only one of my kids who I could actually talk about this with, because you're so open and you just talk about things. Yeah, that's good and bad, but I really don't want this conversation with you, Mom.
Yeah, it is true. I get awkward conversations like that with family members because they look at me as Professor Gay all of a sudden, like I know everything it is to be LGBTQIA++, you know?
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden I'm the authority. Well, you know, I'm proudly myself and I refuse to compromise. So I guess that's a good thing.
Like it is a good thing. It's just there's always a what's the way to put it? There's a trade-off where like you kind of lightning rod yourself,
and
it's uncomfortable. Like I had an old friend from school who, bless his heart, he is a Trump supporter, but he's also a super ignorant one. So you know if you've ever had the friend or family member who doesn't fact check anything they post on Facebook, they just repost it.
Oh yeah,
and they do that a lot.
Oh yeah.
So this was that kind of person. And so, you know, last year there was a lot of times that I spent just kind of politely correcting him. It's something I don't do a whole lot on Facebook anymore because it's just not fucking worth it. It's really not. But I spent a lot of time doing that. And after a while, I get a message from him. He's like, okay, I want to learn politics from you. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Why do you, why? For one, what does that statement even mean? Please, I need to know. Secondly, all you're going to learn from me is what my particular politics are. You're not going to learn politics from me. You're going to learn lefty politics, which is like you're going to learn my view on economics. You're going to learn my view on social issues, but you're not going to learn politics in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to spout Trumpisms or, you know, the finer points of Marjorie Greene or whatever her name is.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene, misquoting on herself.
I try to stay away from her. To tell you the honest truth, I try. Like, she gives me anxiety. Just watching her speak, it's Trump all over again.
She represents my
district. By the way, Suris,
I know.
We all know what bless your heart means.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. Considering how many better qualified representatives we've lost over really trivial scandals, I just can't believe that she remains in office.
In California, they made Katie Hill resign because they found out she had a girlfriend and she didn't go through proper channels. As a Democrat, look it up. Katie Hill, they made her resign.
Hang on, for having a girlfriend.
She represents my district. That's the only reason I know all her business.
But hang on, for having a girlfriend.
So basically, because she got caught with her secretary, she pulled a Bill Clinton, and they made her resign.
Okay. Well, no, not so much because she was a lesbian, but because she.
But the first thing they said was that she was with a woman. And that's when everybody here was like, that's not okay. Because no one cares. In California, no one cares.
That was them understanding how to frame it so they could win.
Exactly. And we're like, but Donald, at the time, we were like, but Donald Trump is the president at the time, you know, and we're like, this is bad optics because, you know.
Yeah.
Never tell, and I do not know who these people were, so I'm going to make a very, very hasty assumption. Never tell an evangelical that the person they stand is nothing like Jesus.
Okay,
well, Trump thought he was the second coming.
Okay, serious, but Trump? Come on. Trump. Of all people, they were comparing Trump to the new Messiah. We can do so much better. We can do so much better.
I mean,
you know,
so,
even
to be fair, I have my doubts whether Trump's even come once, to be honest.
Look, all I'm saying is that everybody says it's shaped like a mushroom. That just means that I have buildup, okay?
Yeah, moldy buildup.
Is there any one of the 10 commandments that Trump did not break while in office?
And flout it completely.
I don't know if he boiled a goat in its mother's milk.
Okay, but
that depends on the version of the 10 Commandments.
Well, that's the one that made it into the Ark of the Covenant, so I mean that's the one I'm going with.
That's the one that got
well,
hauled
it's
around.
not the popular one that most people think of.
But we didn't see him not do it, though. I'm not a Trump fan. Trumpers are just, I want to grab people and like, especially people in a lower socioeconomic rung. Why are you voting against your own interest? Why?
And like right now, the Senate is saying that, we shouldn't be proceeding with this impeachment, even though they impeached Bill Clinton for an act of consensual sex.
So there is, I will say this. As somebody who wants to see Trump impeached, hell, I'd like to see him just go straight to jail. That's
absolutely.
Yeah, in a perfect world. However, the argument against impeachment is at least one based on prior precedent. He's currently a private citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, Mitch McConnell deliberately engineered the scenario in which the only time to impeach Trump would be while he was a private citizen, because he recessed the Senate until the 20th. So I understand that this is by the turtle's doing, but at the same time, he is technically a private citizen right now. So that's going to be the defense they're going to go with.
Oh, he is the worst turtle ever. Why couldn't he be like Donatello?
That defense doesn't hold. There are precedents for that. There are cabinet members who had been impeached after they had resigned.
I so want to do a parody version of Yertle the Turtle with...
Oh, he drives me... He's the reason I watch the BBC and I watch Australian television, because
Although the BBC is quite dreadful.
I've stopped watching them recently too, but our country has just gone down the drains fast.
Also, hi, Swede.
Hi.
Doc, how's it going?
I'm hanging in there.
The Brits have something to be hopeful for. I mean, now that Trump is gone, there's every chance that Boris Johnson can say, "Hold my beer" to America.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which he basically is.
He basically is, yeah.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but Priti Patel is they're deporting brown people like that were born in there that were born in the UK. With the whole Windrush scandal and everything that's been going on in the UK, they're just blatantly trying to kick out brown people.
Yeah. Well, and we should not skip over the point Maya's making. Trump actually was impeached while he was in office. The Senate is just supposed to decide the punishment.
Yeah.
They just
and
need
you
to
know
make
they
it
won't
where
punish him.
Just please make it where he can't run for office again. That's all.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
So
he can never hold a public office.
Can I actually can I propose a scenario to you where it is actually beneficial for social progress that he be allowed to run again?
To open a third party?
Yep. Because a Trump opening up a third party and effectively bull moosing the conservatives creates a scenario in which they cannot get another person in office for as long as Trump is holding that third party. Now, granted, it's a gamble because there's always the chance that the Republicans, given that they do not have moral standards, will just go, well, we'll run Trump again. That worked last time.
Yikes.
And in that scenario, there's a chance he can win. And if that's the case, that's scary. But in the case where he bull mooses things, that just ends up working out incredibly well. Now, granted, there is also a scenario where the party splits itself just because of the Lincoln Project anyway, but I don't see that one happening realistically.
There's also the scary proposition where the party splits, Trump takes his part of the party and it becomes dominant and he actually gets into power, which is worse than actually having the Republicans in power.
Yes.
That's what happened to the Swedish Democrats, and they became weaker.
I don't think people understand. Like I said earlier on Jen and our stream, like we were trying to take water down to the border and they would not let us give water to the people on the other side of the border. You know? So if Trump gets back in office, we're screwed.
As far as the Republican Party, that there are some of them who are trying to put some distance between them and, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So,
right, but would they be trying to put that distance in there if Trump was not in power? That's kind of the question with a lot of the stuff is how much of this is hinged on their pragmatism and how much of this is hinged on actual, like, this is a good thing because, or is it just a good thing for them circumstantially?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking that even if Trump can't run again, there may be enough there to cause some splintering of the party anyway.
I hope so.
Because there are some of them who are feeling that if they're associated with conspiracy nuts, that they're not going to get reelected.
How much of that helped in Georgia?
A decent bit of it actually ended up helping in Georgia, because Georgia is, for the first time in a very long time, blue in every way except our House.
Wow.
Oh, wow. We have a blue Senate right now. We voted blue in the election. Like, that is not a Georgia thing. Georgia's not a swing state.
Yeah.
It's a red state.
I never thought I would see a senator from Georgia, let alone two of them.
Yeah, neither did I.
But the other thing, though, is that with our Senate, there was a huge circumstantial issue. Circumstantially, Kelly Loeffler played by the Trump rule book while Trump was at his least popular. And circumstantially, David Perdue decided to just not show up to several important events that his opponent, John Ossoff, as unelectable as he was, did attend. Like, he just... It's not every day that you have somebody lose office just because they decided that they're done playing politics. And that's what happened with Perdue, is that he just decided he was done playing politics. Like, my favorite thing was seeing John Ossoff debate a podium.
I saw that. I saw that.
I wish I'd seen that.
So you're saying he out Clint Eastwood?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Hans, in the U.S., we only have the two parties. So there isn't, like, any lesser party that they could try to have an ally with.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have a parliamentary coalition government.
Yep. Because it's a combination of that and also the fact that we have winner takes all voting. That and the lack of a parliament together means that mathematically we will always end up with two dominant parties who may or may not represent the people that vote for them.
Yeah. Yeah, you need proportionate voting.
Yeah, we need to have ranked choice voting so that there is a chance for a candidate from one of the lesser parties to actually get into office.
The elections take longer, though. Trump would have gone more down the conspiracy track.
He was getting scary towards the end. He was starting to drink his own Kool-Aid
before the election.
Yeah, but it looked like he wasn't going to concede, and we were going to have to do something about it. It was...
to be honest, I think a lot of people thought that before the election. I mean, I was hoping for him getting tased and dragged out of the White House. I really wanted to see that.
That's the only way in which I would like him to resemble Steven Anderson.
Very nice.
They didn't want to have to do the cleanup because if you're tasing somebody that's already incontinent, you're going to have a mess.
Oh, yeah.
But that doesn't really matter. I mean, doesn't the incoming president usually redecorate anyway? So,
yeah, but then you got to clean the walls and
and do a full hazmat scrub.
It's a matter of fecal matter.
Trump was gross. I don't get. Even if he did or did not have coronavirus, he wasn't wearing a mask, and if he did, he's walking around infecting everything and everyone. If I was Kamala Harris, I still wouldn't be in the White House.
Do you think he only voluntarily left because he didn't want the people who dragged him out and pulled out his gear to find the PP tapes?
Perhaps.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
4 years ago, I thought, oh man, they're really reaching with some of these claims. Going to Russia and pissing on a bed or whatever and all this other shit. Now I'm like, some of this stuff doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore.
When the crazy becomes plausible, your president was Trump.
Yeah.
He was also so blatant that I believe a lot of it because he just flat out didn't care. That is one thing I appreciate when someone they tell you they don't like you to your face, so you don't have to waste time with them.
Yeah,
that's the one thing I appreciated with Trump.
There is one thing for you guys though. I mean, the only way from here for you guys is up.
See, but with the history of with the history of U.S. politics, that's a very, very dangerous truth. So what tends to happen here is that we go 10 meters down, 3 meters up, and then 10 meters down again.
So you're thinking the next Republican or Trump party president is going to say, "Hold my beer."
Yeah. When I heard Jewish space lasers set the wildfires in California, I said, "Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't watch TV for another year after this." Like, we're not out of it yet. Because
there are three things that Biden talked about that if he can actually enact will change the face of our politics and actually make the Democrats the right-wing party, because a new progressive party will actually form underneath of it. And that's Medicare for all. That's getting the right to work bullshit laws off of the books, and it's tax reform. And if he can do this in 4 years, it. There's popular support.
He only has
for
2
all
years,
three.
though. Really, though.
I mean, he's got 2 years. And
the chances of him holding on to all three, the Democrats holding on to all three. I wouldn't say houses, but it's not houses because one's the presidency. To the 2 houses and the.
It's holding on to Congress right now. The president and Congress are aligned. In 2 years, though, we do have the new elections for the House.
And
so you're right.
Senators. I don't know how many senators are up in the next 2 years.
Yeah, well, the Senate margin is so close, it could easily tip the other way. And that's all going to depend on, how much can the Democrats deliver to people in 2 years.
Yeah. Because you can't guarantee past 2 years that he's going to have a way of getting through anything he wants to get through.
But he did talk about actually ending right to work laws, and he did talk about, has talked about tax reform. So if he can get those two things done, you might actually see some gains.
Wow.
Well, I would like to see that.
Given what he's already done to start off with, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get through some of that.
Right now he has a less unfavorability rating than Trump's favorability rating at the end. His job satisfaction is over 60%. It's like,
and yet in his social policies that he's enacted to overcome the crappy things that signed documents that Trump did, you are seeing actions from Republican states trying to pass legislation to bypass the things that Biden's done at the federal level.
Well, and there's another side of this that needs to be discussed as well. A lot of the stuff he's done has been done via executive order, which, while good, it's fast, it's very efficient. The problem with executive orders is that they are not precedents. Another president can undo an executive order with their own executive orders. It's the stuff that gets passed through House and Senate that is harder to undo. So if Biden does everything via executive order, which of course he can do for most things except monetary, he can't do like the relief bill. He has to do through the House and Congress. But
the rule of thumb on that one is if it requires payments, the House and Senate have to do it.
Yep. So all the stuff that he's doing, if most of it ends up being executive order, which it shouldn't be for 2 years, he's got all three branches. He has them all. There's no excuse. But if for some reason he does most things via executive order, it creates two problems. One, everything can be undone by the next Republican very easily with a pen. And secondly, the precedent for unilaterally using the power of the presidential office becomes... what's the word I'm looking for here? It becomes more acceptable within the Overton window for there to be more of a power play from the president's seat, which has been the thing the United States has been doing for the last 100 years. More and more power has been slipping into the presidential seat, and there's been less of a balance anyway.
Well, let's face it, it's what Trump did throughout his entire presidency, and it's what the Republicans are criticizing Biden for doing in his first couple of weeks.
Just in Biden's first 24 hours, I took 3 pages of notes of everything that he was undoing from Trump. Just
my favorite one
in the first 24 hours.
My favorite one, though, is as a father of young children, was the reinstatement of all the Title IX protections.
Mm-hmm.
That got so stripped down that it worried the shit out of me.
Mine was stop turning ICE into the FBI. So he basically told ICE to stand down. Because in a place like Los Angeles, how can you tell if someone's an illegal alien or not? You have to wait.
Unfortunately, ICE has been violating that presidential directive anyway.
Oh, they
have been deporting children unescorted.
Well, that's because they're still working under the Trumpian codes.
Yeah. They were militarized overnight. Like I said, I work with an organization. We went down to the border, and they took our stuff and told us to leave. We were trying to help out people on the other side, and we were like, hey, we're American citizens. We can do whatever we want. And they're like, no, you can't. So
I should go back to the ports and be customs enforcement and go back to inspecting container ships. That's what they used to do.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite things that he's done so far has lifted the trans-military ban, because as much as I don't want people to go and get careers in the military because it's dangerous and United States imperialism and all that other fun stuff, I have, at least in my audience, a very high proportion of trans people, and a lot of them can't afford medication. And one of the ways that you can afford that is through the United States military, unfortunately.
TRICARE.
So when my dad joined the military in 1956, I believe, and he said he was from Savannah, and he said when he joined, it was nothing but poor kids from the South. It wasn't white or black. It was basically everybody was just didn't want to be farmhands.
Yeah,
it's still like
we replaced the draft with poverty.
Yeah, it's still like that.
Like there's like in a world where we did not have the income disparity that we do. I wish I could be the person that went, no, I don't support anybody going into the military at all. But right now, I have to accept the reality that it is a window out of poverty.
Yeah.
And that sucks.
My father became an electrical engineer, worked for NASA. It gave him an opportunity.
Well, it sucks on both ends that it's a window out of poverty, and also that in a national emergency, wealth can keep you out of the military.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the rich people never have to go in, and a lot of the poor people wind up going in because it really is their only chance to get out of living in a ghetto their entire life.
Look, it's not that wealth gets you out, okay? No. It's bone spurs. It's bone spurs that get you out.
Let's be fair. Wealth has been getting you out of military service since before the Civil War.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
As to Biden putting in signing declarations to overturn Trump's anti-trans agenda, he did quite a few of them, because he also lifted the redirected the
bathroom one.
Gordon Bennett, brain's gone blank.
I remember he added in protections where like the bathroom.
Well, he removed the removal of he fixed the removal of protections that Trump did in terms of housing and unemployment and stuff like that.
I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but Biden enacted California laws.
Yeah, and of course Biden's
you can't
basically said to the states you can't discriminate against trans kids when it comes to school sports.
Canceled the Keystone Pipeline. I can sit here. I want to close my notes. There's
notes.
3 pages of.
He didn't cancel the Keystone Pipeline. He canceled the permit.
Yeah,
There's at least 4 or 5 Republican states now that are passing legislation to stop trans kids from participating in school sports.
If that goes into federal law, we run into the Supreme.
Yeah, they're basically trying to, well, because it's not a federal law, because it's just a signed document from Biden.
It needs to go into federal law.
Well, and depending on which state you're in, they're saying that no, you can have trans kids in sports, but we have to do a genitalia inspection of them first.
Yes, that's what they're trying to say.
Which is awful.
Indianapolis, I believe, is the. I actually did a video on this, but I can't remember which state it was specifically.
So basically, they're saying if you're a trans kid, you can participate. If you're a trans girl, you can participate in girl sports, provided you've had surgery. Which, of course, we're not going to let you have, because we're also legislating to stop you having any form of medical support.
Well, and also, if we're talking about people who are in children's sports, we're talking about somebody who's 13, 14. The most they're going to be on at that point, even if we, like, in a best case scenario, somebody at that age is on puberty blockers because they're in what's called the determination phase. They are not determined to transition yet.
No, well, there are depending on the states. There are some states where you can start hormones at that age, provided that you've had the right amount of psychological counseling and you've got the support. Yeah,
I very much doubt you would find any doctor willing to do a genital reassignment surgery.
They're not. No one under the age of 18 can legally in any Western country can have gender reassignment surgery.
It's happened 3 times, and it's all been top surgery, and it's all been in California, and it's all been with like 17 and 16-year-olds who fought for their right to say, "Look, I know what I want. It is my body. My body is affecting me so bad that."
And if they'd been allowed the puberty blockers in the first place, they wouldn't have needed the fucking surgery.
You know, it's funny. There's a TERF who I will not name. She brings up those 3 people like it's 3,000. And they say, California, it's 3 people.
So my question is, why not bring up the TERF's name? Because I love finding people like that I can just smack on live streams.
Posey Parker.
Posey Parker.
She's bad for my blood pressure. She recently called for armed men to inspect women's bathrooms, which will create problems.
We need to do a
don't even get me
started about Posey Parker stream. We really do need to have a let's talk about Posey Parker stream.
She's bad for my blood pressure. She just the problem
that
is
was the one that got me is that she's okay. You know, she's afraid of men dressing as women so that they can get into the women's bathroom, but she's okay with men with guns standing around in the women's bathroom.
But see, it started off as bathrooms, and then she goes down the gender critical script, because when everything was happening with the riots in America, she was saying, "Oh, black men deserve it. That they need to be in jail." It's a slippery slope with these people. It's never one subject. You know,
because you start a transphobe and you will find a racist, you will find a homophobe, because it all starts. It's why all the arguments are the same, because you go back 50 years and Posey Parker would have been a racial purist, insisting that black people should be strung up by their necks.
She's just one of those people
because that's who she fucking is.
I've watched her in the past, like in the past couple of years, go from one subject to wanting to control every other subject and people's bodies, which goes back to what we were talking about, body autonomy. Like, they don't get it anymore. They don't understand what it is to just live your life. You know, they don't understand. They want to control everyone around them. It's scary times, just scary times with the TERF.
As someone who used to be there, it takes a while to deprogram and deconstruct yourself away from that.
Yeah.
Well, it does, because it was the same thing with me. Like when I was raised in a Christian school. I was raised to be conservative, and when I was in middle school, I took an elections class during the Bush and Kerry election, because in my middle school, it was Brown Bars Middle School, and we had our classes as streams, and where you basically just studied one subject for 3 months. And because it was during that election cycle, I had the opportunity to do that. It's where I learned how to debate. It's where I learned my first stuff where politics was concerned. I learned this in like 6th grade. And I determined myself to be a Republican after studying everything for school. And that didn't change when I was an adult until 4 years ago? Like it took me distancing myself from anything political and then just kind of living in Trump's America for me to sit there and go, wait, well, I'm not a Republican, and then started studying politics and went, well, I'm definitely not a fucking Democrat. I'm none of those things.
4 years ago, I was an Ayn Rand level right-wing.
Oh, you were a fountainhead, you fucker.
And guess what I did yesterday? I just received my first copy of Jacobin magazine.
I feel awkward. So I have a friend who I'm not going to name who has a friend of theirs who was kind of like falling down the alt-right rabbit hole a little bit, but they were doing so not through like your standard YouTube channels, doing so because they were being recommended shit like Ayn Rand.
Oh, wow.
So they had them reach out to me and were like, hey, could you explain to this person the problems with Ayn Rand's ideology? And like, you want me to try to go over with somebody who probably doesn't know what half these terms mean, what Ayn Rand's objectivism is and why it's bad. I'm going to be here for a while.
Yeah, and why it's fallacious.
Like, I'm going to be here for a little bit. Be Ayn Rand. Say that you can be as selfish as you want, but as long as you don't exploit anyone, ignoring the fact that being as selfish as you want will naturally lead to exploitation of others.
Like not wearing a mask.
But in a Randian society, you should be allowed to do that because it's other people who are weaker and therefore not special who should have to stay. That's the thing. Rand's entire philosophy is based around the privileged few, the privileged special, being able to do what they want. This is why a lot of superhero novels end up following kind of the path of Ayn Rand, where like the superhero can do whatever they want because they were born special. They were the special person. It's really
that's why Civil War was an interesting film.
Yep. It was the
novels.
It was the clash between we're special, so we should be privileged, Ayn Rand's philosophy, versus no, we are dangerous, we need to be controlled, which would be, I'm trying to think of who that's closer to. I don't want to just say a fucking sane person.
Well, that rules out a lot of philosophers.
It does. It really does.
Because Heidegger gets thrown out.
Yeah, I need to research Civil War again because I know that that Captain America's philosophy at that point was based on Ayn Rand, but I'm trying to remember what Iron Man's was based off of because there's just like how with Professor X and Magneto, they're based off of real life people. They were based off of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Mm-hmm. There's a philosophy that is specifically being used for Iron Man there. It's not coming to me, and it's pissing me off a little bit, actually.
And the whole thing with most people is they look at somebody like me and go, I don't care that you're high risk. You just stay home then. Let us, don't make me live my life any differently because you need to go to the hospital and do rehab. I'm sitting here like, okay, this cements my socialism just right now.
It's like if you wanted to push me further left, that was how you did it.
I also can't get past the irony of the people not wanting to wear masks using the my body, my choice thing when they're trying to suppress everyone else's bodily autonomy.
Well, it's even worse than that. It's not even that contradiction that's the worst part. You know what the worst contradiction there is? Them saying my body, my choice while actively infringing on your right to not get infected.
I don't think that they're saying my body, my choice. Yeah. Well, I think the ironic part is they're using that as because we're the abortion debate, but then they turn around and are like,
"You so should have been in our earlier discussion."
we talked about that in Jen and Will's chat 2 hours ago.
but then they turn around and they act like pregnancy is infectious disease, like COVID is.
Well, depending on what religion you are,
I caught a baby.
Depending on what religion you are, people do treat women like an infectious disease. Pregnancy and
I'm sorry, guys. I caught a bad case of fetus.
Yeah, my wife got sick with that twice. Now we're infected with toddlers.
Yeah, I hear the disease never really goes away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you catch it in the early stages,
I'm 11. I'm 11 years into that disease.
There's a pill for it.
Apparently, you can pass it on to other people though, and then you get rid of it.
But no, okay. So you don't really get rid of it. You see, because in some cases it goes into remission, and it can flare up again later.
Like 10 or 15 years. You know.
Yeah, well, usually when they discover that there was a host, it tends to reinfect.
Well, life is sexually transmitted and always fatal.
True. It's true.
The leading cause of death is being born.
Antinatalism.
Leading cause of death is breathing oxygen.
I mean,
Drinking water.
It is exploding our cells, yes.
Oh gosh, this reminds me of my 10th grade math teacher had a banner that said the only guarantee in life are air, death, and taxes, or some total right-wing garbage on the wall.
I mean, scientifically, the oxygen we breathe is actually killing us.
Yeah,
and yet we need it to live.
It's making our cells explode. It's making them combust.
Yeah.
So when they say I need my oxygen,
the corrosiveness of oxygen itself actually causes cell degradation to the point that it can cause cancers. So breathing oxygen actually increases your chance of getting cancer. So stop breathing, everyone, and you won't die of cancer.
I must make a disclaimer for the channel. This is not medical advice. We do not advocate anyone that they should stop breathing.
Wait, is Ben Shapiro watching? Because I might have to know that.
Pastor Locke watching? Because
he doesn't give a wood nickel about what you say.
I actually have lots of advice for Greg Locke.
I have a meme for him, but I think people have only watched
Sloth Girl. I almost suffered that last year. I have a really cool scar though.
Oh,
awesome! That is a cool scar.
Open heart
surgery. I also have two down. So I have this one, which is about this big. Then I have the tube in here that go in here. That was the pacemaker, and the other one that the drainage. And then there's one down here where they went up through my leg to repair the dissection.
Oh wow!
Wow!
If you didn't want to die of COVID, you shouldn't have gotten a pacemaker installed.
I know.
Or be a Penguins fan. You'll need a pacemaker to be a Penguins fan. Oh my gosh.
So
sorry, I obsessively watch hockey. Sorry.
Is that why you're not happy about people eating penguins? Because you see it as cannibalism. Sorry.
Look, we just need a little. We just need a little penguin in all of us, preferably deep fried.
That's the second time today someone talked about eating penguin. That is the second time.
I don't actually still have a pacemaker. That was just what was in my body during my stay in the hospital. They pulled the wires out right before I went home, which was the weirdest feeling in the world.
Oh.
Is it a bit like getting a PICC line?
Yeah.
Because getting a PICC line was a super weird feeling for me. They're like, oh yeah, we're going to
heart flutters.
Yeah.
Having a catheter removed is weird.
Yeah.
I can imagine that one. For me, the PICC line was them saying they were going to make it to where I didn't feel it, so they put all the topical painkiller. And I was like, yeah, that's cool that you put the topical painkiller on, but I can feel it in my fucking muscles.
Yeah.
So, Sweet, did you feel it like every inch when they pulled it out?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
My heart, I could feel my heart do this as they pulled it off. Because see, the thing is, when you have open heart surgery and you have what I had, which was a mechanical valve installed and everything, you lose your periocardial sac. So that fluid sac that surrounds your heart is gone because they cut through it and there's no way to repair it.
Oh.
So, you feel everything around your heart now. So like I can actually feel my heart going up against my sternum.
Oh.
And everything.
Oh.
And there's no
I've got a friend who's had she's got not pacemaker, she's got an artificial valve. And it gets quiet, you can hear her ticking.
Yep, you can hear me tick. If you're really quiet.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the sound. And it's the weirdest thing. It's like you'll be sitting there and go, what the hell's that ticking? Oh, it's Stacy.
It's the reason I'm awake right now is because I can't sleep hardly at all anymore because it's so loud.
Really? Oh, because of course you hear it internally.
Yep.
Oh, that reminds me of something.
It's like a clock in your head.
This is what I tell
took
people
her about
to do.
2 years to get to the point where she just ignores it. It just her brain filters it out.
I tell people just to hang and put a metronome right by their ear and turn it on, and that's what it's like for people next to me. And then I tell them to jam it in their ear and turn it on, and that's what it's like for me.
Wow.
You'd be better off if you could have had a pig valve because, of course, they don't.
Well, I didn't want the PIC valve because they told me. Well, the thoracic surgeon was like, "Do you want to be back in 10 years, or do you not want to come back at all?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't really want to do this again because every time you go in for open heart or any heart surgery at all, you run the risk of stroke."
Oh yeah,
my grandmother
is it
died
about
3 years ago.
5% die on the operating table or something like that?
Yeah, my grandmother died two days after surgery because of a stroke from a valve replacement. So, and that was 3-4 years ago. So I'm like, you know what? Just give me the mechanical valve and I'll deal with it.
The only thing you have to worry about is potential of fluid buildup.
Yeah. Well, that and
blood clots.
my blood clot. Yeah, blood clot. So I'm on warfarin for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Good old rat poison.
Good old rat poison.
Wow.
So it's called an aortic dissection. Is what I have a type A aortic dissection, it was caused from a syndrome called Marfan's.
And they basically, when they cut you open, they cut through the skin, and then they basically get a Dremel with a big blade on it and cut your sternum apart, and then rip your rib cage apart that way.
Oh, it's like getting a blood eagle.
Yeah,
it's a reverse.
They put you apart that way to get to your heart. And when they put it back together, there's a small steel plate that they use to join the sternum back together.
No, they use titanium wire.
Or titanium wire, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they just crank it tight like a
fence, I can actually feel the indentation.
Oh, that's hardcore.
It's brilliant having these conversations with people who've had these kind of surgeries, because it's for anyone who's had any form of major surgery, there's always some ongoing thing that this is different in my life now.
The biggest part is the fatigue. The absolute, because I ran half marathons. In fact, the day that it happened to me, I ran a 10K, my fastest 10K ever. And I went from that day being able to basically sprint a 10K at 24 minutes to turning around the next day after surgery to not being able to walk to the bathroom, which was 10 feet away, without getting completely winded. I mean,
that's a big drop off.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, see, the worst thing that happened to me is I lost a belly button.
Did you find it?
Nope. I had appendicitis, and they tried to do a minimally invasive surgery. So they poked a hole through my belly button and then stretched my stomach out to actually remove it. Turns out the appendix exploded on the operating table after they removed it. So I was a ticking time bomb.
Oh, wow.
So you're septic.
Yeah, I was there, and this is also where we found out that I had a abnormally high threshold for pain, because they said, no, this thing has been about to burst for weeks and you haven't felt it until you were crippled.
Wow.
So they, the whole thing with it getting fucked up on the table happened. And when I got out of surgery, I noticed I didn't have any scarring. I was like, well, that's weird. You guys didn't cut me open or anything? They're like, no, we did. We went through your belly button. And of course, when it all healed, I had super glue all in there because that's what they used to stitch me back together. I was like, Mom, because I was in 6th grade at the time. I was like, Mom, my belly button's missing. It's gone. I was like, well, yeah, they had to cut through it. I'm like, yeah, but I want it back.
Hey, you can always say, I'm Adam.
That's what I was thinking.
No,
you didn't have a mother.
So I still got the indentation. It's just that I used to have like a half. It was like a half innie, half outie. Mm-hmm. But now it's just a full innie with nothing in it. It's completely blank on the inside now because that all got scooped out.
But anyway, Suris, that's why we had that charity stream, because Marfans is what caused my heart to explode.
And it makes sense then. It's fun to be a part of the stream too.
I'm surprised I was able to stay awake.
I need to go and rest my shoulder because this is getting painful sitting here. So thank you for having me, Perps. Thank you to everyone. This has been an awesome conversation for me.
Absolutely.
As long with the early ones. So enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone.
Yay.
Thanks, Jen.
Bye, Jen.
Bye, Jen.
See ya.
Bye.
Thanks for coming.
No worries. Bye.
Take care.
Oh, and Robert X is stepping out as well.
See you later, Robert.
Yeah, he's on the other side of Atlantic, so it's morning there.
A little bit going back to the original topic. So does that make you kind of part of transhumanism, getting all these machinery in?
I mean, you could say that, I guess. I mean,
I'd say it makes you a cyborg.
I was just about to bring up Slim Cyborg.
But is it a cyborg? Because like it's not mechanical in that it does anything other than flap, and the flapping is all done by blood pressure. So there's like no powering to it or anything.
So
you're powering it.
Would you consider someone a cyborg if they had every vein in their body replaced by silicone tubing that did nothing functionally but replace all of their veins?
See, I don't know what the definition of a cyborg is.
Let's
look that up.
Go to Google.
Well, the colloquial definition of a cyborg is someone who has parts of their body replaced with mechanical or electronic parts.
Actually, artificial heart valves count.
Yeah.
It says on Techipedia, a person is considered a cyborg if they are outfitted with any implants such as artificial heart valves, cochlear implants, or insulin pumps.
Well, what do you
There
know?
you go. I was just about to ask the name. I can't say out loud because it'll start talking to me. But it starts with the A and ends with Exa.
Yeah, that's what the transhumanists consider to be enhanced humans. People that have gotten technological enhancements.
I've always wondered, like, where's the line?
I don't think there is one. Like, realistically, the only line you have for me would be if we get to the point where, like, it's very hard to determine identity.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you... what's the line between fixing somebody's brain meats so that it's easier for them to remember stuff, and then backing up all their memories on a hard drive, and then what happens when those memories start gaining their own form of sapience? At what point are they your memories or somebody else's? Like, those fun conversations are their own bag of worms.
No, it's like the Star Trek transporter conversation.
Like, which version of you would come out on the other side?
Yeah,
or if it even is you.
How many?
Would there
how many
be like
times Picard died?
Would there be like a Thomas Riker every time there'd be someone left over?
And then you get Riker with a beard when people started taking him seriously.
And then he always sits in a chair by like hurdling it.
Something I've always wondered that I never saw them do in Star Trek was what would prevent them from using the transporter to just like clone and make several copies of someone?
Pattern degradation. They actually explained this on an episode. When the transporter reassembles the person, it's based off of the pattern that was received, and every time if they tried it again, the pattern would be so degraded that it would create something disgusting.
That just sounds like a computer memory flaw.
Like Tuvix. Sorry, I'm a bit of a Star Trek geek.
Yeah, somehow I don't even take that as being theoretically a good explanation.
You know what upsets me? So, who here has seen The Orville?
I saw like the first season and a half.
I watched the first episode, then I fell in love with Discovery after that.
Fair enough. Okay, so Orville is it started out as a parody, but it ended up being a love letter to Star Trek. Like the first 3 or 4 episodes, it's very clearly a parody series. By the time you get halfway through the first season, that all kind of stops, and then it just ends up being like what would happen if a Star Trek fan wrote Star Trek. That's what it turns into. But it has a tendency of asking questions like that very frequently, and it's one of the things that kind of upsets me about the series, because the timeline of the series is that it is set not as far into the future as Star Trek is. Mm-hmm. So it's when they have developed replicator technology and they've abolished capitalism, but it is not to the point where they've developed teleporter technology. During the course of the show, a civilization does develop teleporter technology, but it exists functionally in a different dimension than theirs, so they don't get to spend enough time with it to ask those questions. But it upsets me because Orville does a really good job of asking those questions and providing decent answers for them. And that's the one thing that their society doesn't technically have yet.
When did replicators become part of the show? Because like the movies didn't have them, right?
For Orville's?
For Star Trek.
Talking about
they had the in
Star Trek 6 they didn't have them because
they had them
in the kitchen.
they had them in the Next Generation.
Yeah, they had them in the first movie too with the Voyager one. They had teleportation, of course, in Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, they had teleportation, but I'm talking like a food replicator.
Yeah, food replicators start in the Next Generation.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because in the Next Generation, they have not only food replicators, but also it's full-on matter replicators. They basically just reconstruct the molecules into whatever pattern they need to create anything. It includes food, instruments, etc. There's tons of episodes where they have the food replicator. But there's one episode in particular in Next Generation where there's a bunch of people who were cryogenically frozen, and most of them died because, as they explain in Star Trek, the technology behind it really wasn't a thing. It was by mere chance that a handful of them even survived to that time. But every one of them that survived came from essentially our timeline. Like they were alive when we are alive right now.
Somebody asked how their stock portfolio was doing when they woke up.
Yeah, I love that episode. I love that episode.
And so the replicators in that one, they're explained to them how they work, and they're shown that they can make everything from food to musical instruments. And there's even an episode, I think the first episode of season 2, they're even explained further that if you can create something, you can then download its data, like the data of the physical object,
that's
into
like when
the replicator.
They're like SDCs in 40K.
Data explains to Scotty about why about synthahol. I love when Data is telling Scotty like, "Oh no, we don't drink alcohol on starships anymore. We make synthahol."
Well, yeah, because there's no reason to actually sit down and age and ferment something when you can just tell the replicator, do it this way and do it safely.
Absolutely,
just make it.
But like the my brain is blanking on the engineer's name on in season 2. The blind person.
Jordy.
Forge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's shown in season 2 that he has to first create something, like engineer it by hand, and then he can put it into a replicator, and the replicator can start basically printing more of that thing. But it takes time. It's not an instantaneous thing when it's making like an engineered item versus like food.
Yeah. Star Trek did go out of its way to explain a lot. That's the one thing I love about Star Trek though is the techno babble. Because there's a lot of stuff, if you look it up, like it just sounds great, but it's just fancy. Not. Yeah,
usable. Killjoy.
Their method of creating energy, though, is precisely probably what you would need. You'd need to make antimatter explosions.
Yeah, but I grew up. Power. I also watched a lot of Stargate, and like in Stargate, they talk about basate math and tropic cascade failure. Anything. All these different concepts you can actually look up. Like right now, I can get a book and look them up.
True.
Every big part of Star Trek though is like theoretically possible. Like
I agree with you.
Are there?
Yeah.
Well, they did explain in Stargate that the Stargate network could theoretically work, but only if we're in an 11-dimensional universe.
I'm just biased to that show. I'm just old enough to remember when MacGyver switched over.
They had to add a dimension to string theory, so we're at 11 now.
Yeah.
10 didn't work. 11 does. So they had to
Well, there you go. We can start building Stargates.
I mean, we have a Space Force already, so.
Oh, I have that line. If I ever see RDA, I'm going to be like, if you ever need me for the chair, I'm there, brother. Oh, I have that line ready.
Oh, yeah. My wife has a good friend from her old ROTC days now that's a major in the Air Force that is moving over to Space Force. And she was like, oh my God, that's actually a thing.
Space Force.
And now there's going to be PragerU videos about the difference between SpaceX and Space Force, and at what point should we have the Blackwater of Space Force?
Yeah. PragerU is another entity that's bad for my blood pressure.
I'm starting a new YouTube series of the essence of economic propaganda, and PragerU will be PragerU, Maria Bartiromo, and Trish Reagan will be the three major topics, because if you get LinkedIn has turned into a cesspool of Republican conspiracy theory. Like, it used to be a great networking site where politics were it was taboo to post anything politics related. And now it is it's Facebook 2.0 in its cesspoolness.
Well, you see, they lost Parler. So, I mean...
So one of the best things that I did for my own mental health was last year in the beginning of the pandemic, I stopped going on Facebook. And
I blocked my parents.
I'll probably live an extra 10 years. I wish I could block my mom.
Actually, I unfollowed them. And then all of my posting is everyone can see this except my family.
I actually successfully moved my mom away from being a Trump supporter.
Oh, that's awesome.
So that I couldn't do shit about my stepdad. He's still well, I don't want to say the words he's said.
Okay, Dr. Fearsome has an interesting question. If replicator technology seems far-fetched, what about giving nutrients through patches like nicotine patches?
Well, the problem with that is some of the things you need actually require bulk, like fiber.
Moreover, there are actually a lot of nutrients that you need that when you take them in combination with other nutrients, they actually become harder to digest. It's one of the reasons why multivitamins aren't very beneficial, because by clogging all the vitamins together into a single entity, your body is not able to actually digest them properly.
Fun fact, guess how much of a multivitamin you actually uptake?
Isn't it about 5%?
No, it's higher than that. It's about 25-30%.
That's still not enough.
You piss the rest of it out.
Yeah, exactly. Yikes.
And you can't just take more of the multivitamin to fix that problem.
No, because you have fat-soluble stuff in there that'll build up and kill you.
Yep.
Like vitamin A, like everything but vitamin B and C is fat-soluble, and like A and D will build up in your body and it'll eventually kill you.
Oh, I was lucky because I just, when I was younger, I thought I could become a superhuman by just chugging a bunch of those.
I'm going to have my Flintstone vitamins and I'm going to use them until the day I die, and I'm going to get there real fucking quick.
Yep.
Like if you're unable to get a well-balanced diet, they're great because they help supplement. That's what they're there for, to supplement. But if you're able to eat a colorful diet, and that's how my wife's an RD, so this is where this is coming from. The more colors on your plate, the better. I mean, she was like that. You can stop counting calories and you can stop doing a lot of things if you just make your plates at dinner, lunch.
Yeah.
It's colorful.
Well, then that is largely true that the different colors of vegetables give you different vitamins.
So you mean I can't just keep eating nothing but French fries and chicken tenders? Damn it!
Yeah, her comment to me was brown is not a color that you should be looking for.
Wow.
She was like, bread may be brown, but you don't want to eat a bunch of that. And her big thing is like, it's sad that the Department of Agronomy or of Agriculture is the one that created the food pyramid rather than the Department of Health.
Yeah, I've wondered about that.
Well, you don't have to wonder about it. It's the food pyramid's been pretty largely debunked.
Yeah.
I don't think green meat is the same thing as eating a salad.
But I tell you, so some of the best moments of my life, some of the funniest moments of my life is just watching my wife's face when some of these commercials for like some of these miracle diet bullshit come on, and just watching like the vein pop out in her neck and her head. And I'm like, I know you want to start ranting. Just like, shut up.
Yeah, they are keeping all the blue food because that's what gives you superpowers.
Oh, God damn it. Don't.
So I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but this reminded me, my son is on this weird kick of he loves the Beyond Meat, the near meat.
Yeah.
It smells so bad. It smells so bad when you take it out of the package. It's psychosomatic, but it almost makes me physically ill. That's how bad it smells, like vitamins, like just a bunch of condensed. Not a fan.
I tried, I had gotten a pack of those that they were like Polish sausage. Like you say, it's just, even before they start cooking, the smell is really off-putting.
I'm so glad you said that. I thought I was just being sensitive. Smell.
Well, and I've got chronic sinus problems and allergies. So if I can even smell anything, it's got to be pretty strong.
Exactly. It makes me wonder, what do they put in it to make it?
I'm glad it exists, and I'm glad it's giving options to people who don't want to eat meat. I just wish this damn vegan bullshit would exit our little community that we have that is tearing us apart.
Do you want to know a fun conversation? And I say fun in a very loose way. That I've had with somebody who did a response video to me, actually, in regards to veganism, because I made a video about...
It wasn't Alex, was it?
No, it wasn't Alex, though there are comments that he has made that upset me as well. Comments that he made while sitting right next to me, actually. But I don't want to get into those because it's not important. But this conversation, I pointed out that there's an argument, especially me living in Georgia in the freaking woods. There's an argument about meat eating that people don't seem to understand, and that is that if you are living where I am, eating meat is actually a lifestyle based around poverty, because there are one of the most consumed meats here in Georgia is deer. And for a lot of people, it's because they are poor and killing a single deer feeds them for months. Easily. So I
get a fully grown buck, you'll eat for a year.
Oh, yes.
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
So,
and even where I was living in Michigan, while we didn't quite have the problem of it being a food desert, it really was the case that frozen meat was sold fairly cheaply. Fresh fruits and vegetables cost a lot more than beef or chicken.
Well, the thing that happened with this person is that I pointed that out, and I said, so here's a scenario. Let me give you a reductio ad absurdum. Let's say that I am an individual and I have no money, but I do have a rifle and I do have ammunition, and there is a deer on my property. Should I starve? I have no food in the house and I have no money to buy food. I don't have a job to get more money. Should I shoot this deer to survive, or should I starve? And their first response was, if you can afford a rifle, you can afford beans. Ignoring the fact that if I bought the rifle 3 years ago, that doesn't mean I can afford a sack of beans today.
Or if you were, given a rifle from your grandpappy.
Yeah.
Because guns don't go out of style as long as you clean them.
So like, ignoring all the myriad of issues with that, when I finally got them to ignore that, and they stopped moving the goalpost, they finally said, and this is stuff that I can pull from right out of my Discord server if I need to, they ended up saying that, oh, well, if that's the case, then it would be better for you to starve than kill the animal.
What?
And I finally just went, if your moral, ethical position is such that it incentivizes suicide, I cannot abide it, and I will no longer take part in this conversation.
Well, one of the things that people don't realize is we have removed so many predators from the United States that the deer population would have to be culled anyway at some point. I mean, in Nebraska, we have to allow, in Purple, I'm sure in Minnesota that you have these too, where you have extra weeks of hunting season some years because the deer population gets so bad.
Yeah, well, and in Michigan, that they'll start offering doe permits if the herds are too large.
Yep.
But, Doorknob had threw this out as a joke, but yeah, deer aside, I'm pretty sure that through my years of growing up, I have eaten virtually every animal that wanders around the Michigan forest. I know for a fact that I've had skunk and porcupine. I just don't remember all of them.
We grew up on animal byproduct and rice because that was cheap. Before my dad got on his career trajectory that took them to where they are today, we were dirt ass poor, and we ate rice and whatever meat by like cow tongue and whatever was cheap.
Cow tongue's good though. I'm half Mexican.
If you cook it, well, I mean, but the poor people for 500 years have figured out how to cook these in such a way that they're actually good because they've had to.
Exactly. That's so true.
I mean, look at pho. Pho is the poor person's delicacy.
Pho is so awesome. Good. It is so good.
I feel like that about because I on here in Southern California, Mexican food is everywhere, and I've kind of taken it for granted. I go other places in the country, and I'm like. But
in Southern California, you also have people fresh off the boat from Vietnam. You have people from Laos. You have people from Cambodia. You have ethnic choices.
Oh, from everywhere around the. Oh yeah, everywhere from around the world.
But you also have like a hut to go get pho for $5.
Yeah.
Whereas it takes me 12 miles and $12 for a bowl of pho.
That's what it is for me here too. I have to get it from a specialty store.
Yeah, I can get Thai food for $5 because there's so much competition here.
Mm-hmm. So it's my contention with Marx is that we have to learn about the to each according to their need before we even start thinking about the from each, because there's a lot of this distribution network that is so lacking that people aren't getting their needs met. And if we start talking about the from each, we're going to turn so many people off the left that it's just going to die a painful death.
Well, and that's why one of my issues with that axiom for a long time has been who gets to determine what is defined as need. Because if to each according to their need, from each according to their ability is the baseline, then that's okay so long as we can get a really accurate idea of what a need is. But if that's considered the standard, not the baseline, and we have an inaccurate idea of what a need is, we'll end up having people who have, say, their nutritional needs met, but their mental health needs completely and totally fucked over. And even once you get that solved, when you start saying from each according to their ability, are we viewing this the way a standard capitalist would view it? Because, if you've got time to lean, you've got time to clean is an axiom in America right now. And it's not entirely accurate. Sometimes when I was working, if I was leaning, it's not because I had time to clean. It's because I needed a fucking breather.
I worked every crummy fast food job when I was in my 20s, and you're staying on your feet for 6-7 hours at a time,
Yep.
And you get your breaks in between, but then you go right back to standing up, standing.
Well, and the thing is that your breaks even create a problem as well, because the jobs that I worked at that I had no breaks in, like Quick Trip, I noticed that I was able to consistently function throughout the entire day without issue. But the jobs that I did have breaks in, there was almost always a 30-minute wind-up period where I'd get off my break and I'd have to get back up to the speed I was at before I went on.
Absolutely. I worked at a Carl's Jr. in good old downtown Portland, Oregon, almost 20 years ago. And I would work these outrageous marathon shifts. And in the middle of the day, I would feel like I was going to pass out. And this was when I was in my 20s. Because I would eat my lunch and then they would hit me. All the carbs would hit me and everything, you know. But I had to keep going for another 6 or 7 hours.
Yep, during the 2008 crisis, when all of us lost our jobs in finance, I worked at Target, and that's when I learned what back pain meant.
Oh yeah.
Even as a manager, I was, and I now find out it has to do with my Marfans. But I would have to go sit in the cooler for a little while and put my back up against the metal wall that's in the freezers
to get the relief from the cold metal.
Relief from the cold wall.
I would walk in there and say, "What have I done with my life?" Scream F a couple of times, and then walk back out and be like, "Hi, welcome to Carl's Jr. What can I get for you?"
See, I would walk into the coolers and put in an audiobook and escape the job for a while.
Yeah, I would. When that lady on Twitter that one time said, if you've never walked into the cooler to break down and cry for a while, you don't understand what it's like, you know, being where we're at. And I'm like, you know, I almost forgot that I was there at one point in my life.
It's funny to say that because I try to remind myself, because I've come a really long way in the past 15 years. I remind myself every once in a while, like, hey, dude, you were working at CJ's 20 years ago. Calm down, you know?
Yeah. And there was a point in my life where I was rationing ramen packets.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I had my electricity turned off, so I went to my next door neighbors to cook my half ramen packet.
I remember distinctly when I switched from a job at Walmart to a job at Quick Trip. This was not an instantaneous thing. I went to McDonald's in between these two, but the difference between going, I can only afford to eat this much ramen this week, and I have now stockpiled enough ramen for an emergency drawer.
When I
remember the very first time I bought ice cream for a treat, and I could afford it. That was like I
remember I had an actual party with my friends because I got a raise that brought me to an hourly wage of $9.35. I had an actual party. That's how poor I was back then.
That's $8,000 a year. That was my first salary amount, and I was salaried as a underling economist analyst at $18,000 a year. That was my first 2 years of my life.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I live in Southern. It was only 6 years ago that the numbers never added up for how I made it through every month.
Well, the way that always ended up working for me was I noticed that there'd always be a panic month every 6 months or so, and it's because the numbers had caught up.
Yep. Exactly.
Makes sense.
You know, for me, it was basically what I actually started calling lump sum budgeting, of how much stuff can I put off, hoping that, you know, I'll get that one big job that'll bring in a lump of a couple $1,000s in 1 month.
Yep.
That is currently how I'm having to do my budgeting, because while Patreon is somewhat reliable, YouTube is not. Last month I had 20% of the earnings that I normally get. It was some stupid low number. Everything dropped off, subs dropped off, etc. So just sitting there waiting for Patreon to hit, just because it meant I could pay 2 months worth of bills and then have nothing.
Yeah, I've really been having trouble still adjusting to the idea that I actually have a couple $100 still in the bank account when all the bills are paid.
As opposed to just putting off the bills for a little bit so that you can look at that couple $100 a little longer.
Well, as opposed to just, trying to juggle which utility I'll pay because they'll shut it off this month.
Basically, what was it for me? AT&T is less likely to shut things down than the power, but I put off the power for 4 months, so they are more likely to shut me down, so they need to go first. Oh, but there's the car insurance. Well, I guess I'll have to Uber for a month.
Spectrum does that. They won't shut you off for a while. That's one bill I know if I have to jump around. They'll let you hang out for a while.
Well, yeah, for cable it's like at least a week or two.
It's been a while though. Like I really picked myself up, but I honestly consider myself lucky. It was all nepotism. I just got lucky.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was at too. Where I got hooked up with the job was basically due to my father's reputation.
Same thing. My dad was just a stand-up guy, and I hope one day to be half the person he was.
I just got incredibly lucky where people were actually help. A couple of them are in here that were willing to support me, especially in times when things got way, way more expensive over my head. I'm at the point now where I can afford my bills, and that's been nice and great and comfy. And then things like, oh, by the way, your kitchen's molding out.
Well, for extra things like there's no way we would have been able to move if it wasn't all the people in the community that contributed to our moving fund. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck in Michigan, and I'd quite likely be an alcoholic if I had to spend a year going through COVID in that tiny town.
Yeah,
I'm glad that I'm able to not only save money, but help support not only everybody who I can through funds or Patreon, etc.
You can't believe how wonderful it feels to actually be at a point that when I see those fundraisers, I can send somebody $25 down.
That's the same thing for me with fucking my friend who runs the channel, Channel Pup. He had a friend whose dog was potentially going to have to be put down because they couldn't afford a surgery for it. And they did a fundraiser. And when they did the fundraiser, I was like, I can actually drop $100 into this. And I'm going to fucking do it. And it's a really good feeling to finally be able to do that.
Yeah.
At least back for the community.
Well, and the problem
I feel that you're, doing something that's helping someone else get by.
But there's still a big problem in that a lot of us that are doing this are falling behind on future planning for, say, retirement, things like that.
Yeah.
True.
And
I heard the Lavender Lady say a long time ago that in the atheist community, they're shifting the same $20 around from person to person,
Not
just people. It's people just doing the best they can.
There's some people in this community that are very well off and they're helping what they can.
Yeah.
My wife and I do very well, and we try to do what we can. But there's $225,000 hospital bill doesn't go away very quickly.
Yikes!
Nope.
Yikes.
Just like we just got a. Right now, it's sitting at $3,000, and it's probably going to end up being more once I get checked out of dental medical debt. Just randomly slapped on right after the kitchen and right after a $700 gas bill.
The dental prices are just out of control.
Yeah,
they quoted. Junie knows. Junie, go off. I'll stop.
Yeah.
You work in the field.
Yeah, and it's expensive depending on the provider and the office, of course. I mean, even myself, I own, I think at least $600 worth of dental care. But I know as soon as I become a dentist, I won't charge much. And if anybody that I know needs help, I won't charge either.
Yeah, one of the worst companies out there is that Aspen Dental.
Aspen is actually the place that we went to. The issue that we ran into was that they would not take Raz's insurance. Even though the website that we had gone to from the insurance provider, because the insurance provider is supposed to list the places that are within network, they listed Aspen Dental as within network. And when we went to Aspen, they were like, "Nah, we can't do it."
They're notorious for that.
It's always the insurance that, drives people either away or, it screws people over, really.
You may be able to file it with your insurance and get paid back through that.
Yeah, that's what my fiance had to do after going to Aspen Dental, because they said it would be covered, and then afterwards they said no, it isn't.
Yeah, they're notorious. They're being sued for this.
Then I will have to let Raz know that is a thing. If you have, if you could let me know not right now because I will forget since it is late, but if you can send me kind of the process that you had to go through go through. Then that would be incredibly helpful, because right now the plan is just save up what's probably going to end up being $8,000 once we get my mouth treated as well, because I know that I've got similar issues.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how. I've just read a whole bunch of articles about it.
Okay, so we'll have to see
how much
if that's
help I can be, but it's there. I know that they're being at least being investigated for let's just say payday loan level of scum practice.
Yikes.
Yep, because what we were told when we went there was that they could not work with our insurance, but what they could do was recommend a service that discounts everything that you have. So we went through Carrington for dental discounts, and it's the way they worded it was very much like, "Oh, well, it sucks that this is a situation, but we can give you a hand with this." And I understand that maybe from their perspective it's helping, but from my perspective it sounds almost like bait and switching.
It is bait and switching.
We already have dental insurance that's supposed to cover 50% of costs, and yes, technically, Carrington covers 60%, and that is technically better. But I already paid for the dental insurance, and we're already here.
Now, one of the nice things about medical debt is there's if they send it off to collections, when the collection company calls, say, I need proof that this is my debt, and usually due to HIPAA laws, it's very unlikely that they can prove that it's your medical debt.
Well, and even with that, if you try to get a loan, because I've never been able to get a loan for most cases because my credit's been bad in general. But I was told by the banker over at CUSA when I tried to do that, that they technically could not deny me based on medical debt specifically. If there was an open account via medical debt, they could not use that one against me, though it could still hurt my credit score, which is ultimately what they used to determine I couldn't get a loan from them.
They can't deny you, but they can sure charge you a hell of a lot more interest.
Yeah. Yep. My fiance had something like $35,000 in medical debt when she died. And that was the only bit of good was that, since we weren't married yet, I didn't have any authority for anything. So her mother stepped in and took over everything and didn't,
The fact that
not fun. So I actually enjoyed giving all the creditors all of her mother's information and saying they had to take it up with her.
I think the fact that debts like that can even be transferred at all should be fucking illegal.
It shows how insane this country is, and they will stop at nothing to get their money.
Well, going up
it.
against the estate is one thing, but going after family members is completely different.
Well, that's actually where the traditions of the viewing and the wake came from. It was originally so that the creditors could come and, poke and prod the body to make sure the person was dead before they wrote off the debt.
Just to make sure, huh?
Because they were afraid people would fake their deaths to get out of a big enough debt.
If you think that the debt that you forced somebody to be incurred in is so bad that they are willing to fake their death to avoid it, then maybe the problem is not people trying to fake their death. Maybe there's a systemic problem you should be looking at first.
There's a reason why windows don't open in Vegas.
So you can't commit suicide.
Yep.
I can confirm because I had a compulsive gambling habit before COVID. And now I'm just scared to go to Vegas because they do not respect I've seen videos of people just walking in the casinos.
My best friend from high school is the head of K9 security for all of MGM. So if you need a hookup,
they probably know who I am. I won $8,000 there. And then I won 12 grand.
You would never have seen him because you don't see K9 security.
No, I'm just saying, I'm a brown guy that wears patches. I stick out. So they've probably seen me.
Yeah, they see you. You don't see them.
I loved Vegas because I was winning. You know, that's the only reason I liked it.
I go there every year for a conference, and I don't gamble. I did bet on Nebraska football once when I was there, but that's it. And I won $50, but it was. Yep.
See, the only habit that I developed during COVID was apparently one around Nerf guns.
You know what I did, which you'll laugh. I pulled out all my old gaming systems. There's Sonic 3. Here's Sonic Spinball.
But do you have Sonic 3 and Knuckles?
Yeah, this is the one with Knuckles, isn't it?
No, okay, no. My nerd anger is going to go for a second here.
Well, I haven't pulled these things out in 20, since I was a kid,
So there's Sonic 3, which is that game.
Yeah.
Then there's Sonic and Knuckles, which is the sequel. It's technically the sequel to it, but it's also technically the other half of it. During development, Sega actually could not get all of the game finished in time for the holiday season, so
awesome.
they just cut the game in half. And if you the Sonic and Knuckles cartridge actually has a top loader on it, like a Game Shark or a Game Genie.
Oh, I missed those. Man, that brings me back.
And if you put Sonic 3 on top of Sonic and Knuckles, it creates a new game called Sonic 3 and Knuckles, where you play through all of Sonic 3, but instead of the big arm boss fight at the end of it, you just transfer to Mushroom Hill, which is the next level in Sonic and Knuckles, and it creates the full, complete game the way it was originally designed.
Right now, I'm obsessively playing Sonic 2 because it just brings me back to happier times when I used to tune out my family and ignore everybody.
And see, you say that I'd laugh at something like that, or that we'd laugh at something like that, dude. I'm a massive Sonic fan.
That's why I'm showing it to you, because you're the only one that would care. Because no one cares when I show them this stuff. I gotta take my advantage while I have it. That's why when you're talking, I was like, I'm playing it right now because I'm like, I played on the weekends. When I'm really bored. But right now I have a Nintendo 64 hooked up to an old iMac, and I've been playing Mario like it's 1997, and I have GoldenEye.
I actually have a PC, like a USB plug-in Nintendo 64 controller, so that I can play all my old N64 games on my PC with the original controller.
That's awesome. I have an extensive picking habit, and because of all the fortunate things that have happened to me, I've been able to, go out picking. I get all of these dirt cheap, or someone will be like, "Oh, I found a box of old games. Do you want them?" I'm like,
"It's like, yeah,
sure. I'll take. You're a picker, right? I'll give you my garbage." I'm like, thank you very much." So I've come up during the pandemic. I've come up a lot because part of my job is I help people with disabilities, and I do construction basically for people who can't afford it. And someone will be like, "Oh, here, take my old gaming system." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you, thank you."
It's like, I will take this and I will see if it's working, and if it is, I will abuse the shit out of it.
I have this too. This is an old. It's a simulator. It has 95.
Oh, that's a plug-in Genesis.
It has Madden 95, and it has NHLPA Hockey 95. Those are the only 2 games on it, but it's just as hard as it was on the SNES. So it has a Sega look, but it just has 2 old SNES games on it.
They just dumped a couple ROMs on it and installed an emulator and called it a day.
I just found this in my weird picking things, and I'm like, it worked, and it's it's awesome. It's total flashback back to when games were hard, like when the computer would be 5 up on you in a hockey game, and you'd actually have to come back and try to win.
Someone needs to play Dark Souls or Monster Hunter.
Dark Souls isn't hard; it's a game of memorization.
And that is exactly how games like Battletoad and other beat-em-ups were as well. They were not hard either. They were games with pattern memorization.
I miss those games. I miss all those games.
If you want an old hard game, go get Dune 2000. And the AI that the original RTS games had, like the original Command and Conquer and the original Dune 2, you would be surprised at just how hard those fucking games.
So on PS1, I had a Star Wars game that I never beat because of my age. I can't remember. It was just you running around shooting things. It just kind of said Star Wars. You didn't get a lightsaber or anything. And I had the Wu-Tang game. And I'm aging myself now. It was a PlayStation game. It was the hardest game. It was a fighting game, but it was the hardest game. Just ridiculously hard.
Dark Souls is just dancing around an enemy, poking it in the butt 1,000 times.
No, it sounds like a Saturday night in LA.
So it's just like playing the original Contra. Got it. Like Dark Souls is difficult in the way that classic game design was difficult. You had to pay attention and memorize what the enemy was doing, which is the same thing that Monster Hunter is. Monster Hunter is pattern memorization. If you know everything that a Rathalos will do, the only reason that an Azure Rathalos is hard is because it does 1 or 2 extra things that you didn't remember it doing.
Oh, theoretically, I always play Odd Job just to tick people off because I'm really good. Because I'm really good at 007. I've been playing it since it came out. I'm like, you could blindfold me.
People who play Odd Job don't deserve human rights, and I will die on that hill.
I'll meet you there with my hat on. Oh,
play Odd Job with the club to demoralize everyone.
I had to throw that out. I love comments like that.
Might as well put that on.
I was the youngest. I'm the youngest brother, so I always had to be Luigi. I'm okay with a swag character.
So I'm okay with second player too.
When I was a kid, I never actually played GoldenEye, but turns out that I didn't have to because Rare made that GoldenEye multiplayer 3 times. They made it once more in Perfect Dark, and they made it a 3rd time in Banjo-Tooie. And wouldn't you know it, they coded everything about Oddjob onto the Jinjo character.
I love Perfect Dark. I love this game. And it is the exact same thing as GoldenEye.
Yeah, it's made in the same engine. Rare reused the engine.
Oh, it's the maps and everything. You're basically instead of it being people with faces, you're just chasing red or blue characters around.
Yeah, Rare was very lazy with Perfect Dark. I know. They were lazy with the multiplayer in Banjo-Tooie because all they did was lift the first-person shooter stuff and the engine and everything wholesale from GoldenEye and did Banjo-Tooie with it. The Karate Chop was replaced with beating people with Kazooie, and Oddjob was replaced with Jinjo.
Yeah, exactly. But to be fair, I grew up watching John Wayne movies, and he may have made like 100-something movies, but he made like 4 movies. They were always the same movie, all his war movies, all his westerns.
Like 3 movies.
Yeah. He had a set formula, so I don't judge.
Yeah, they all did follow a very specific formula.
Yeah, it's like the Star Wars sequels. They followed a very specific formula called the original trilogy.
Yep.
I will say this though: the first and second Star Wars sequels were very good. I loved them both. And then Rise of Skywalker happened, and all of my goodwill towards the entire franchise died.
I agree.
Do you think the rumors are true that Filoni is getting a crack at it?
Hard to say. The thing with Disney is that they are equally willing to pull shit out of their ass while also being incredibly safe. So it's hard for me to say. You know who I would
moderation, like? Doorknob head. All things in moderation.
You know what I would like in the Star Wars series, though? You know who I would like to take the reins of that series for a couple of movies? I would like the Russo brothers to take the reins.
No, Filoni and what's his face have it. Favreau. And I guess they're going to do it like the old MCU, so it's going to be kind of messed up like that.
I actually really like the MCU, though. So I'm not too terribly worried.
I like the way the MCU did it because it works in the MCU. I don't know that it could work in Star Wars. But I'm sure it can. It's just because I'm just not smart enough to see it.
So are you an Extended Universe fan by chance?
I love Thrawn.
I just finished the first Thrawn book, and I am trepidatious. The first one in the new series, not the original ones.
Wait till you get to treason.
I am trepidatious on whether or not I want to read the next Thrawn books without watching Rebels first, because there's a lot of character development that's supposed to happen in Rebels.
Haven't seen Rebels?
No, I was never incentivized to watch it.
Me either until my son turned 4, and then we watched it.
Like there's moments in Rebels that I've seen that make me want to watch it. And there's moments in Clone Wars that I've seen that make me want to watch it. But the thing that turns me off of Clone Wars is I don't really like the idea of jumping into anthology series. I prefer linear series. And then for Rebels, the stuff that I'd watched of it before major character moments like Ahsoka versus Vader and stuff like that just wasn't really appealing. But now that I know some of the characters in it from reading the books centered around
Season 3 of Rebels is amazing.
Oh gosh, that's what I say about Discovery. When people are talking trash about Star Trek, I'm like,
Season
but you haven't
3, like I'll just tell you now, Ahsoka doesn't appear after the Vader fight.
That's upsetting. Though at least she's in Mandalorian.
But it doesn't matter. Like, it's so good because Ezra becomes his own person in season 3
instead of being Space Aladdin.
Yeah,
because that was the thing that initially turned me off. Was like, I want to watch this series, but why would I want to watch Space Aladdin?
He becomes his own person, and the beginning of series 4 will affect you in ways that I don't know that you think that a cartoon could. Like,
okay, so
first 2 episodes of season 4 will like pierce your heart.
Well, Toy Story 3 emotionally scarred me, so you never know what a cartoon.
Oh yeah, the Holocaust movie.
Oh, that was the worst. It was terrible. To the point at California Adventure, I gave a dirty look to a guy in a stuffed in a stuffed suit. When I saw Sollozzo, I was like, "Get away from me." Movie scarred me.
Planes scarred me because that told me that there was a World War II, and since Cars is in the same universe as Planes, that means there was a car Hitler.
Yeah, you had to do it, huh? You had to go the car Hitler.
We're just putting the bugs in camps. We're just putting the bugs in camps, okay?
Oh. Yeah, Toy Story 3. When I was a kid, Akira scarred me.
Akira's only really scarring because of the imagery, though. Like,
I saw it in like 1989, or I saw it when I was a kid, so it emotionally was like, wow, they don't play. This movie is hardcore. But then I saw like Crystal Triangle, Dark City, all those movies after that, and so I was kind of desensitized after that.
The thing with Akira though is that movie is mostly the imagery, right? Like as you're seeing as you're seeing psychic powers, fuck a kid up.
Yeah, I still want Kaneda's bike. I still want Kaneda's bike.
So, whereas, like, let's say, I'm not trying to be like this is better than this or anything like that.
Yeah.
As an adult, the stuff that scares me more now is not the imagery, because I've seen plenty of fucked up imagery.
Yeah.
Now the stuff that fucks me up is anything that has like terrifying real world implications.
Okay. On that note, The Walking Dead, I loved watching it, but I would have dreams every Sunday that I was in that scenario because deep down inside it scared me. Because it spoke more on the human condition and less about zombies. And it showed how effed up people were in general. And if there were no rules, it would the average person would not like it,
My fear changed from Saw movies to Law and Order SVU when my child was born.
That too. When my son was born, I became sensitive towards everything. Now, I have a whole list.
I can't watch SVU anymore. I used to love Law and Order SVU, and I can't watch it anymore because every time a kid gets hurt, my blood boils.
Me and Criminal Minds.
Right.
I haven't watched it in a long time because of that very reason.
Everything in moderation for the 100th time. Jeez. She bakes cookies. It's not like she's an RD that like is the food Nazi. Jeez. And normally I would have dip too, but I don't want to walk upstairs.
Does a food Nazi take you to fat camp?
Well, that's one lovely thing about Marfans is I can't gain weight.
You say lovely. That sounds like there's a lot of drawbacks to it.
I said that's the one lovely thing. My heart exploding is the trade-off.
Yeah.
The monkey's paw.
That wouldn't be much of a trade-off.
But yeah, no, it's
Oh, to bring it back to scary things, when also Event Horizon. I was raised Roman Catholic, and the
hell scene.
The thought of hell being in a different dimension. I remember being in the theater and being like, "Fuck." Like hell's in a different dimension. What? Like, oh, it scared me.
Someone showed me the extended release, which has the extended hell scene that was cut out, the unrated version.
Ooh.
That's like 2 minutes long. And if you don't think 2 minutes is very long, remember the imagery that was only like 5 seconds in the movie?
Yeah. I've gone back as an adult and watched that movie just to conquer, the fear.
My during my deconversion out of religion, that is the dreams I had.
Oh, that's awful.
And I constantly had them, and I tell Neil this all the time. Every time he feels like, just to make sure he knows what good he does, I'm like, after I talked to you, the nightmare stopped. When I did my deconversion story with him, it's a horrible deconversion story, and it's boring as hell, and I wasn't prepared to tell the story at all, so don't watch it. But it was actually rather cathartic.
He actually recently asked me to be on, so I probably will watch your deconversion story.
Neil's a great guy.
Now that you
you
said
have to. You can't really be part of the community if you're having on Neil's show.
He asked me, so now I feel obligated. I got to send him a message.
See, what upsets me is that because of the format of Neil's show, he can't actually grow very much, and it sucks because his show should. But unfortunately, the full live stream format without conflict does not grow a channel.
Jen and I were just having this conversation like 6 or 7 hours ago.
And I'm evidence of that here. I've been doing this for 3 years, and I've only got 400 subscribers.
And yet you're also pretty much well known in the community.
I was about to say, there's not one person who doesn't know who you are in the community.
Like I have a rice cooker because of you.
Unless you're new to the community, then maybe.
Well,
I'm well established in the left wing because of most of you.
Well, because
that's a good thing. That's a good.
Well, because for me, if somebody wants to be all like, Econ 101 with me, I can always just go, okay, well, maybe you should go talk with Swede. Go ahead. Go have that conversation. It'll be fun.
There's actually a streamer known as Proudly Radical on Twitch who he regularly has about 100 or so watchers on it, but he'll ping me on my phone to be like, log in. There's this dude that's been in the survey of econ, and that's all he's been in, and he's spouting off. I'm like, ooh. We've had some smackdowns. It's been fun.
I still need to actually schedule you and I going over that article that I sent you.
Anytime. Let me know.
Yeah.
Not anytime, but
yeah, it comes down to
flexible, put it that way.
Yeah, there's a shit. When am I going to do it? I'm sitting here going like, okay, I can do it, and then I realized that, well, wait, hold on, I have this, and this that need to be taken care of first.
And then Marjorie Taylor Greene says something stupid.
I recently said yes to an obligation, not realizing I already had something to do on that day. So,
freaking,
I totally get it.
I might actually be able to get the person who's running against Marjorie Taylor Greene on my channel. She's actually already said that she would love to. She just needs to get the okay from her PR team.
That would be awesome.
And if so, that would be incredibly great. Because most of the questions I'm going to ask her are like, okay, so how do you think you can handle dealing with a candidate who lives in fantasy realm? How do you fight from reality? What's your plan there?
Well, it's like, how does the Empire of Man deal with the warp?
Deal with what?
Deal with the warp. It's a 40K reference.
It took me a second. Look, all I'm saying is that all hail Zeech. Okay. Good. All right.
I think. No, after what came out about Marjorie Taylor Greene today with her affairs and everything, I think Slaanesh is a much more appropriate.
Okay, but here's the thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene is likely a transphobe, and Slaanesh is anything if not trans.
Well,
that's like a badge of honor with those people, is to be transphobes. It's just, I don't get it anymore. They have like a set script.
Well, it's the same way that being a racist was the badge of honor during Jim Crow, and pre-Obama being a homophobe. I mean, it's still kind of a badge of honor, but it was a bigger badge of honor pre-Obama. Like, it's whatever thing they can be, they will be. And I wanted to say what I'm not happy about is the fact that once we shift the Overton window enough to where trans people are just visible and it's not a fucking issue, we're going to end up having the Milo Indianapolis of the trans community. And we already have Blair White. We already have Blair White. We already have Rosa Dawn.
I was just about to say Rosa Dawn has. That's why I say LGBTQIA++, just to take that from her, because she says it as a derogatory thing. You know, I live in Los Angeles, and people are accepted here. It's not all rainbows and blowjobs here, but people are accepted. So you can be. That should be on a billboard, right? But you're free to be whoever you want here, and so it enrages me when people try to stop people from being who they want to be. I don't understand it anymore.
The thing that
I never would have ever been able to admit that I probably have inklings towards being an NB up until probably a year ago. It just takes time for people to just let go, because it doesn't matter. I mean, what the who cares?
That's my whole thing. Like, if it's not hurting you or anyone else, it's none of my business.
But see, the thing is, though, that they have, not that I agree with any of these arguments, because I deal with them all the fucking time, but if I were to be the devil's advocate, the steel man, the whatever the fuck, their argument ends up being, well, it does hurt them because they're living a delusion, therefore, ergo, blah, 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 blah.
But I look at Christianity like that. Not in the sense where I think they're delusional. I think that, like, I don't know.
But they are literally telling you that you're delusional.
Yeah, they're literally telling you that your existence, something that you cannot change, makes you delusional axiomatically.
I was born this way. I completely understand what you're saying. It's just because I live in a really accepting, and I've created the world I live in. You know, it's not like everyone in California is accepting. I've just surrounded myself with positive people who could care less. And so because of that, I just look at the world like, what is wrong with people?
Yeah, and that's a healthy thing to do. It's a good thing to do. My only thing is, because I deal with transphobes like this on the daily, basically, you know, for my job, this is what I do all the time.
Yeah.
I prefer to know like why they believe the things they do. And granted, they're grounded in bullshit. They're grounded in fucking bullshit.
That's why I brought up Posey Parker, because I watch her sometimes and I'm just dumbfounded. I'm like, where does half of this come from? Who's paying you? and why? You know, the thing that scares me is she's trying to bring the British turf anger here to California, and it won't work because people are not that angry here. You know, and we accept the community here. So I'm a part of it. I work with it, you know, so it's one of those frustrating things.
Well, and like right now, I just did a video on Ariel Scarcella, if you're familiar with her.
I am.
She has a video on non-binary people where she says that being non-binary is sexist. And her argument is that now granted, she doesn't back this up with any statistics. This is all pulled out of her ass. But she tries to say that why is it that more likely if somebody's NB, they're AFAB, and then they remove their female parts, that's getting rid of more females. That's sexist, apparently, according to her. I'm
not following you. How that's sexist?
It's not. You're not going to be able to follow the logic if you're looking for logic.
This is the same person who had a video, I believe, about Black Lives Matter and didn't have a person of color on there at all.
But to say, I've done a lot of videos on BLM, but I straight up got fucking event organizers like on my channel for certain episodes.
Yeah, but you're not
you're not an idiot.
Yeah, you're not trashing everything I stand for, you know.
Right.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference. She brought this other woman on to explain BLM, and they were like, they just misrepresented it so much. I don't even know where to begin with them. You know,
it's such an easy thing to understand, though. Like, hey, if we wanted to boil it down to a statement, it's Black Lives Matter as well.
I think part of the problem is that a lot of people, in many aspects, I've lived it. I've been pulled over. I've been treated different. I've been segregated because of my race by the police, and so I have a different view. I believe there's actual cause. There's something to fight for. Other people are flat out in denial, and you know, something has to happen.
Yeah, I learned an awful lot about white privilege from being in an interracial relationship. And yeah, when a cop stopped us, it went completely differently if she was driving or if I was driving.
Oh yeah, my ex-wife used to point it out all the time. She would drive around this town like Richard Petty. I would get behind the wheel and I'd get pulled over 10 feet from my house. You know, it's just it's a double standard. That's what we're probably going to
have a lot of people that truly understand that it's like, you don't want to take anything away from us. It's you want what we have. And we're not going to lose anything by giving you the same openness and privileges that we have.
But if I have less, if I give you more rights, I necessarily have to have less rights because rights are a zero-sum game. We only have so many rights to go around, Swede. There's only so many. I have a handful of rights right here.
Well, I think the problem is something we kind of touched on earlier, that if everyone has the same rights, how can anyone feel superior?
Yeah, exactly. What are all the insecure people gonna do? Poor people. It's one of those. Like I said earlier, when I got the stucco guy came by my house, when I was on Purple Stream, we're talking, and he's like, "Oh, you're cool. So where's the owner of the house?" And I'm like, "I'm the owner." Yeah. He thought I worked at my own house. Like, no, I don't work here. I live here, buddy. Sorry.
What do you think I am, the butler?
Right.
Call me Alfred again, bitch.
Yeah.
I think I was gonna say, I think I think we talked about that in well, I guess my first stream with you, like, is being rich is sin. You talked about like how like, why do people view you like as not worthy of having this home because of who you are?
Oh, I've been pulled over. Cop looked at my address and was like, "Oh, must be nice," and he just gave me my ID back and drove off.
Wow.
Yeah.
I really want to do a show with some members of the GRSM community about the economic effects that they felt, because I mean, imagine the how far behind the 8 ball you are if you get kicked out of your home.
Well, and
I actually went through that, and that's why I always like pat myself on the back for making something of myself. It took me 15 years to almost 17 years to get here to build myself.
But it's the question of economically, how further back are you than where you typically would have been, and
see, but I'm lucky because of nepotism. Even though I was cut off, I came back to my hometown and got a good job just on my family's last name.
And it is the fact that you had to rely on luck to be in a beneficial situation that exemplifies the point. Exactly.
And there's people who grew. See, I'm from the land of trust fund babies, so maybe I should be in a 10-bedroom house instead of a 4-bedroom house. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Maybe I got to get in contact with you and we can talk about this.
I'm down. I'm totally down. I kind of look at it as long as I could. My son has ASD. As long as I could pay his bills, he could get his therapist, and he could have health insurance. I feel like I've done something with myself. But
we need to get away from this I'm surviving to I'm thriving is the goal.
That I actually I try not to talk about it too much, but I've come a long way. I've come a long way.
But a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm paying my bills, I'm doing all right." No, that's surviving.
You better say that's where I am.
Yeah, that's my level.
Like I can pay my bills and I can afford to engage in a hobby a little bit.
And that's not thriving. That's surviving. That's not good enough. And
yeah,
for a lot of people, that's reality. But we also have to consider, minorities in the GRSM community are even further set back currently because they get kicked out of their house. They're discriminated, even further discriminated. In a lot of states, you can fire people for being trans.
Oh yeah,
you can do that in Georgia, not legally, but you can.
Is
Georgia a right to work? Any state that,
yes.
Legally you can't, but they can always find some excuse.
That's important because the right to work state laws is what makes that possible.
Yep.
I learned that in Arizona. At any moment, they could walk up to you and be like, "Today's your last day, bye." Yep. And they don't have to give you a reason. They don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
The only thing that my company has to do is pay out my vacation balance.
So they basically walk up to you with the check and say, "Today's your last day." That's awful.
And there's also scummy ways they can do it too legally. If you've ever worked at Walmart, Walmart has the concept of the D-Day.
I worked at Walmart.
So you know what the D-Day is, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I worked there in 1998 though.
Okay, so
I'm a lot older than I look.
I'm going to guess here. Is that the day that you've worked enough hours to qualify for benefits?
No, the D-Day is called the determination day, the decision day. What it is after you've received a verbal warning and then you've received a written warning, you then go on what's called a D-Day. This is where they tell you when you come into work, they send you home and they say, no. You're going to go home. You're going to get paid for an entire day of work, but you need to come back with a written essay. And this essay has to include all the things you did wrong. It has to include how you're going to improve them. And most importantly, it has to include the fact that everything you did wrong is your own fault and not the company's. And what this does, if you choose not to bring this in, you get fired. So this creates a fun catch-22 for you. This is a fun double bind. Let's say that you are going to try to file for unemployment. You get fired, and they look in your paper trail, and they see the D-Day slip where you said everything was your fault. Well, why would you be filing for unemployment? This was all your fault. It was avoidable. But let's say that you choose not to give them the best weapon possible against you. Let's say you decide that, no, I'm not going to do the D-Day slip. Well, then they go, well, you could have kept your job, but you chose not to do the thing your employer told you to do. So actually, being unemployed is your fault. You're not getting unemployment. It's a catch-22. If you sign the slip or you don't sign the slip, they have a weapon in the unemployment case against you.
And that would work even here in Lefty Land in California. That would work even here.
That would work everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The D-Day is a brilliant but evil maneuver.
Because our unemployment does not joke around. If you didn't get fired, if it was anything besides being fired, you probably won't get unemployment here.
Well, that's why companies are like, well, you can resign so it looks better.
Yeah, exactly. They were hoping you were born yesterday at noon.
and I made that mistake once in my life.
I have as well. I was salary at 20-something years old, and I signed a piece of paper.
Here's the thing. When you're registered with FINRA, and I have my Series 7 and stuff, and the difference between updating your U4 and getting a U5 may determine your ability to work in the industry ever again. So being fired, like, you can look up my CRD number and see every place I've ever worked, every reason I've been terminated, every reason I've ever quit, everything that I've ever done, any complaint that I've ever had personally against me, everything that, it just on and on and on and on down the line. Every place I've ever lived, every address I've ever had, every telephone number I've ever had, every alias I've ever gone under. Everything about me is public on FINRA's website through BrokerCheck. And so when they ask if you want to resign or if you want to be fired, it's literally at some points, depending on the health of the economy, do you want to work in this industry anymore is what they're asking.
So they know they have you.
Yep. And luckily, I didn't care at one point and said, just fucking fire me, you jerk off. And so I got unemployment for a while, and then another company, luckily I have a reputation in the industry, and somebody else picked me up about 6 months later. But it's brutal what they can do to you in the finance industry. I have to be fingerprinted. I have to do the whole thing. And then if I have a felony then of any type, then I'm done. If I have a misdemeanor of anything more than a traffic ticket, I'm done. So yeah, it's pretty shit what they do to you. But it is what it is. You can look me up. I'm clean.
It's like that. It's like that in my field as well. I work with special needs adults. My family owns a giant property. If I had any felonies, anything on my record, I would not be able to step on my own property. We have so many checks and balances. It's not even funny, which is a good thing, because I don't want just anybody, you don't want just anybody working with people with special needs.
But yeah, it's here. I'm actually going to pull it up and give it to you in private chat, so you can
No
see.
wonder is right. Most Americans do not have $500 for emergencies.
Nope. I know.
Before this year, I never did. I'm still under 500.
I'm only halfway there.
Yeah, I never had a couple hundred in the bank after my bills were paid until this year. And I'm over 50. That's how I've lived all my life for half a century.
Wow.
I think the only reason was because the stimulus checks helped.
Yeah, well, actually, that first stimulus check is really what got me to the point that I could still have money sitting in the bank.
That reminds me.
Because basically that was close to an extra 2 months' income.
So that reminds me, I'm going to be going over Dave Ramsey on a video soon.
Oh, dear God, that guy.
He had a take on Fox News recently where he said that he's against stimulus checks because if you are in a situation where $600 or $1,400 can change your life, then you're already too far gone. There's something wrong with you. You need to fix your other fucking issues first.
So how is any of what he said going to help anyone besides just
Nothing.
yelling? Let's just yell it.
Because eating to him is a privilege.
Yeah, I saw people posting that link on Twitter in between, Will and Jen's stream, and when I started this one.
Being able to afford food to him is a fucking privilege.
That's insane. That's insane.
Well, because he's the type of person that would agree with the CEO of Nestle when he said that that water wasn't a human right.
You know what's really funny? I till I'm blue in the face, I always remind people that Nestle is the reason California had a drought. And we're not the only state, but they took our water and then sold it back to us.
Yep. And that's what they're doing in Michigan now. That after they got all that flack about bottling the water in California, they moved one of their major bottling plants to Michigan to suck the water out of Lake Michigan so they could sell it to the people in Flint who don't have drinkable tap water.
No, they do now. Flint's situation's almost fixed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, they're still not dealing with clean water after all this time.
I think like
since 2014, they have not had drinkable tap water.
No, they do now.
It brings a good highlight to how the infrastructure of this country needs to be retrofitted. We need to take a look at everything. We had the same problem in South LA. Same problem. Because the pipes were ancient, They were put in by the Spaniards. It's a joke, but the pipes were so old. Of course, you're gonna have groundwater coming out. It's just we don't take care of each other anymore.
That was what originally caused the problem in Flint. Was that there was a section of their system that had been blocked off years ago, and then they decided to reroute from the water source they were getting. They started buying it from the city of Detroit. So they had to open up a section of pipe that hadn't been used for years, and that section was all lead pipe. And that's what started all the problems in Flint. And then they couldn't get ahead of repairing those.
So as somebody who's semi in the field, who walked into that pipe and was like, oh, this is okay for human beings to drink this?
Something, a capitalist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's important to recognize also that companies like Nestle, I mean, it's not all American bullshittery. I mean, that's Swiss. Nestle's a Swiss company, and this is a worldwide problem. Nestle has been fucking over African countries for decades.
I was about to say that's a stream in itself. That is a stream in itself.
Yeah, and I mean, Nestle's given us some good things, like baby formula and stuff like that. They've done a lot of work and improved certain things.
But Swede, that the baby formula thing also has its own bucket of worms, right?
It does, but at the same time, it's some of us needed it to supplement with what we had, and the amount of research that they've put into it has been a benefit. It's just I'm not saying it's outweighed the damage they've done though,
and the price for formula in general.
Yeah, it's $40-$50 a tub.
Whoa.
I mean, if you just look in the ingredients, I'm just like, wait, what is this stuff made of again? Corn syrup salads?
I mean, it tries to mimic breast milk as much as it can, but there's certain things. Breast milk probably has about 3 times the amount of different quote unquote compounds in it.
And like Lone Wanderer brings up, did you hear about the court settlement for Procter & Gamble for the Roundup?
I actually lived in Modesto.
Roundup's Monsanto.
Yeah.
Oh, she said Monsanto. I thought she said Modesto. That's another place that needs help.
Yeah, but they finally had to admit that the Roundup does cause cancer. So
where?
How many people are they going to be paying off for that?
When did that happen?
It was just a news item that I've seen over the last 2 days.
Oh, wow.
Swede goes straight to Google.
Yeah, because I grew up in the ag business. Because people were saying that the civil court thing proved that Roundup causes cancer, and that's not true.
Well, a court case doesn't prove that something causes something. A scientific study does, anyway.
Yeah.
Like, all a court case does is prove that we believe so beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is are these studies looking at like when like DDT was given to foreign countries and we never trained them on how to use it, and that's why it, you know, screwed up with their people, because they were spraying it all over themselves and they weren't, you know, wearing, you know, protective equipment when they were applying it. DDT is incredibly dangerous when you don't handle it correctly. Are they like, oh, if you take a bath in Roundup, it's bad for you? Well,
so
no.
What I'm reading is they don't have to warn people what's in their ingredients. They actually, Bayer won the court case. It wasn't California. It was Bayer. So the corporation won. It wasn't the state of California. So it says Reuters reports on the most recent win for Bayer, a federal judge ruling prohibiting California from requiring companies to provide a warning before exposing any individual to glyphosate under Prop 65 law.
Glyphosate is the generic name for Roundup.
Yeah, it's the main active ingredient in Roundup product. Wow.
And that's the whole thing with Roundup, is it's supposed to only affect plant fiber and plant cells.
Well, what I saw said that they were also paying $10 million in settlement regarding cancer cases.
That was the civil case that was brought up in California several almost a year ago now. And so yeah, they're probably finally paying that off. But that's the civil trial that everybody was like, oh, it's now proven that Roundup causes. No, it came out that the guy mishandled some Roundup pretty badly, and I think the company that he worked for should be sued based off of what it was allowed for that to happen, because he got fully doused in Roundup like several times. And anytime you get doused with a chemical like that, it's probably pretty dangerous.
You become a superhero.
Yeah.
I wish that was true. I wish things like that were.
Well, things like that are why I had a respirator with about 4 different types of filters.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same proposition with DDT. You have to wear the proper equipment to use it.
Yeah, well, and that's what I mean about different filters, that I needed a different filter for when I was putting out fertilizer than I needed from when I'm spray painting.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if I want to paint my Warhammer 40K, you know, figurines, I have to wear an air filter. You know, we're not looking at banning that.
When I use my paint gun, I wear full mask and everything.
Oh yeah, that's the same thing.
Full gear and everything. No one's telling me not to do it.
So
see, I feel like a moron, because the way that I've done my spray painting has been literally putting them in the room that has its own air conditioning, because we used to have an outside patio. We turned that into a room, so it has to have its own window unit because it's not connected to the AC in the rest of the house.
Oh, awesome.
Literally put my parts on the table, spray them down with the primer, leave and close the door.
That's one way. That's one way.
Probably not a good way to do it.
Well, when I was doing models, that's generally what I did. It's only when I get to like painting entire rooms with the compressor gun that I've got to do better.
Yeah, exactly.
I was looking at buying an airbrush now, and the main thing I'm having trouble with is, where do I get an air compressor that's quiet enough I can run it in my apartment without the neighbors complaining?
Ooh, you'd really have to do research for that.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been studying up the last couple of days.
Because all my power tools yell, like they scream, especially pneumatic tools. They shoop, like it, you know, it punches every time you, especially like with my nail gun, you could hear it hit every single time.
Yeah, I know. I've worked with all sorts of pneumatic tools. The airbrush itself is pretty quiet, so it's only the sound of the compressor charging up that's going to be an issue.
Yeah,
see, I'm
loud.
I am debating on getting an air gun or an airbrush to do some of my painting, because the spray paint is nice and quick, but it always, without fail, it always fucks up some internal mechanism. And I've heard that airbrushing is better for that from other YouTubers that I watch that are in the hobby. So,
well, in airbrush, you can get a much more even coat. You know, and the main thing is that with an airbrush, you can put it on thin enough that you're not going to get the drips and runs you get from just using a can of spray paint.
Yeah, the spray paint, I'm every single time I do a project, I'm having to go back in with a razor blade to shave off paint from certain
with a regular spray can, if you're painting anything small, you can't get even coverage.
My son got into modding Nerf guns, and he learned the hard way. You can't do it like that. So I tried to tell him, like, here, use this paint gun. He's like, no, I want to use spray paint. And I said, okay, go right ahead.
What is your what kind of mods does your son use right now? Because I just put a brass barrel and did a sealed air chamber for my Nexus.
He obsessively watches Xavier. Is that his name? It's you know, there's a billion people on YouTube. Because he has ASD, he'll take apart his guns and just hodgepodge them together and paint them. So he wanted one gun to look Soviet, so he painted it darker. He wanted one to look like Ronin from Stargate, so we matched the colors and everything. He's really specific, so it's more genre driven. He doesn't like do certain mods, and now he's into airsoft.
And all the same stuff applies. All the internals are the same.
Exactly. Sorry.
The internal plunger tube and spring mechanisms and catches and everything for airsoft are the same fucking things for Nerf. So like everything he's learned from doing Nerf modding will transfer right over.
I'm so, you know, the one thing I encourage, like on the other side of all this stuff, there's a workbench. Like I encourage my son. I'm like, hey, take it apart, build it, put it back together, do whatever you want, you know? So I'm all about learning. So I'm down to learn how to mod airsoft. It's gonna be a fun new adventure to get into.
Yeah, like I said, it's pretty much the only difference you're gonna find between the two is that some of the logic applies differently. Airsoft BBs don't catch wind the same way that Nerf darts do. Because I did airsoft before I did Nerf.
Okay.
Yeah, I did it the other way around. I did airsoft when I was in high school, and I'm doing Nerf as an adult.
Around here, it's kind of cool because we have adults and kids that'll get involved. So we'll have 40 people on my cul-de-sac. And this was pre-COVID. I'm not doing HVC, you know, in the COVID era, you know, but
I have yet to be able to do an HVZ. I really
we had a lot of fun before COVID hit. We had a box war. Well, it was like the Southern California version. We got all of our Amazon boxes together and just beat the crap out of each other. We had lots of fun pre-COVID. Nice. Oh, it was fun. It's watching YouTube. We're like, oh, look, we could do that. It's the old adage, like, hey, we could build a castle and let the kids, like, you know, make giant swords. It was fun.
I know.
Actually, for one of his birthdays, I gave my nephew basically a kit for making his own weapons.
Heck yeah!
You know, a bunch of the foam cylinders and various colors of electrical tape.
Oh, you were teaching him how to make boffers. I do boffers as well. Those are so fucking fun to make and use.
Those are so much fun. Those are.
Yeah, so he and his friends could go at it and club each other with the foam swords.
Excuse me. My son will get. They have these cheap lightsabers at Walmart. And they light up. We go at it with those. We swing at each other. You know, we have tons of fun with those things. Man, I need to go to Walmart and get a couple more of those.
I need to get an Adeptus Titanicus.
From Warhammer?
Yep. I don't actually play. I just like the figurines themselves.
Hold on, let me see if this camera will capture. Will it? Why is that not capturing? Hold on. camera HD6. HD Pro cameras.
Whoops.
That's why I've learned about touch stuff midstream. I don't touch stuff.
But yeah, when we were talking about Event Horizon, there's the fan theory is that's the Warhammer universe because they entered the warp.
Oh, that's awesome. I like that. I like that.
And
that movie,
because they didn't have a psychic shield, they got affected by the warp.
Hey, I'm there.
So I thought that was actually pretty cool. That's a pretty cool fan theory.
I like that. You know, I grew up watching horror movies, all kinds of genres. That movie genuinely scared me when I was younger.
Sam Neill did such a good job.
Absolutely. Lawrence Fishburne. Jason Isaacs is in that movie. Yeah. Gosh, that is a really good movie.
The kid that entered the black hole and came back out and tried to kill himself did a really good job. Could be the one that put himself in the airlock.
Mikey. Yeah. Oh, when they black out his eyes completely.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, good movie.
It was so good. And then the way that they portrayed the ship itself, like becoming alive and all that, it was.
And like you feel like you're walking through the neck of the ship.
Yeah.
So like in certain scenes when they're walking, you know where you are on the ship because they showed you the entire ship. And I love that movie.
It felt like they were on like a Nebulon B frigate.
Oh, so yeah. Oh, yeah.
They modeled it after.
See, I like the movies. It was a perfect combination of you get to see the ship, you get to see the planet, you see everything, and there's a story somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. And the whole part about the ship calling to Sam Neill while they were on their way to it added to the foreboding of what they were going to find when they got there. But yeah, I will never forget that watching that the first time and then not being able to sleep for a few days.
Heck yeah. Because, I always considered hell a non-feasible thing, even being force-fed all this stuff as and CCD.
I was a minister at the time. I believed hell was real and that it was a place of torture.
I was raised Catholic, so I always looked at a lot of the stuff like people just showed up because that was just somewhere to go every Sunday.
Well, those are called part-time Catholics.
Yeah.
Well, I
My
went
wife was a cultural Catholic.
I went every Sunday, but it was one of those things where it scared me and it just didn't catch, I guess.
Yeah, my wife's premise is that people need to believe in a higher power to be able to be humble. I don't believe that to be true, but that's her thing, and she keeps to herself with it. So I don't really.
I respect that. Life has humbled me. I don't believe it much, but life has humbled me. It's kind of,
It's not worth arguing about, so I don't really care. But I mean, she was like, every once in a while, I want to take the kids to church. I'm like, the kids can learn. That's fine. I don't, the kids can. I think it's good to learn what the culture around you is involved with. It's just, if they ask me, do I believe in anything? They're gonna hear it. And so she was like, yeah. And I'm like, when they're 18, if they want to start going to church on their own, I don't care. If it's, you let them make their own decision and then we'll go from there.
That's my whole thing with my son. Like I let him make his own decisions as far as religion. He's asked me and I told him what I believe and he's kind of made his own version of that. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah. I'm being a hard determinist. I'm kind of more of a Spinoza God type. The universe is God, and it's a very cold-hearted, deterministic universe. Like there's no sentience to it. It's just cause, It's just a causal relationship.
I agree with you.
Well, that's basically what got me from being a pagan to being an atheist was coming on the realization that the universe is actually completely oblivious to my existence.
It's kind of scary and freeing all at the same time.
I say that all the time.
The universe does not know, but it does not care either. And it's the fact that it doesn't care that is terrifying, but also doesn't hurt as much, I guess.
And there's a little bit of sorrow with, you know, how short life is with like, oh, there's so much I won't get to see. There's so much I won't get to. But how much more valuable do you value your time when you realize, oh shit, I've only got about 40 years left?
I did a lot of traveling, so I'm kind of on that like that kick of like, oh, I sold my wild oats, I'm ready to settle down, and then I settled down, and every weekend I look at my son and I'm like, let's go to the sequoias, let's go here, let's go there, you know, like, so the adventure's not dead yet inside of me. So,
but yeah, I mean, you know, laying on the operating table right before I went to sleep last year really, it wakes you up. To especially when you wake back up and you're like, oh, I'm still alive. That's pretty cool.
I was in a extremely bad car accident, and I had that you better live now moment. Like, start like from this moment, you better start living now, because at any moment it could be, you know.
The problem is it's during COVID and I can't do a damn thing.
It goes back to my degenerate gambling habits. I miss going to Vegas every weekend. And after a while, sometimes I wouldn't even gamble. I would just go there to eat buffet, watch like, you know, a hockey game on a giant television. It's a fun place. I miss that now. Just my cruddy shopping habits. Going and buying these patches, like going to weird shops out in the middle of nowhere. Now I got to order them on Amazon and wait like everybody else.
I think you mentioned, I don't know if it was this stream or the last, like you said you have about 38 or something American flags. Does that include the patches?
What do you mean? Say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I forgot. How many American flags do you have?
Oh, okay. So, for context, my dad was a Vietnam vet who made it in the American dream sense. So my dad was a staunch nationalist because he made money. Like, he made it. And so when my father passed, I got all of his stuff. And so I have probably like 60 American flags. I have an outrageous amount of like, so, you know, the one thing about propaganda is that you constantly have to have it around. You constantly, like, on all my work shirts, there's American flags on all of our uniforms, on everything. And my dad made it that way because he was a nationalist, but I'm just glad he wasn't around to see all the stuff that happened last year.
Yeah, I thought that included all the patches that you have.
I have an outrageous amount of patches. Like, my patch box over there with my Walmart Eagle head. Those are just the ones that I intend to put on jackets. Like, I have a ton of like vintage Girl Scout ones, vintage Boy Scout ones. I have a ton. Maybe you should change his name.
Nice answer.
With that said, I do think I need to go ahead and get some sleep.
That's 4 a.m. where you are.
Yikes.
Yeah. I was trying to get a character caught up for season 22 of Diablo 3, but now I'm ready to sleep.
Well, thanks so much for coming.
Yeah,
no problem.
Go to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning for me, and I might be able to sleep through the ticking.
Oh, I did not
know
mean to
this is
start a
late.
domino.
I know how
attack.
busy you are.
It was nice meeting you, Suris.
You as well.
Antra was just popping in because she wanted to talk about her beliefs on here now.
Well, if people have to leave, they have to leave. I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I'll see you guys later, and thanks for having me on.
See you
Okay.
later.
Well, yeah, thanks for coming. You're welcome anytime.
bye.
Hey.
Okay. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, Jeff.
Purple's got friends.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, I believe I was in Suris's first 100 subscribers.
Yes, you did.
You know, so I know that I've been watching him since the very first video he put out.
Me too. So it felt very full circle. That was awesome. That was very full circle. That was awesome.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Very cool.
Okay, now you all have to play nice for a little bit because I've got to get a drink, so I got to hang up my headset for a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, we won't talk about
We'll
you.
behave.
Oh, no, I'm not that dumb. I'm putting this on the speaker, so I'm still going to hear you.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can run across the room.
That's funny. So yeah, I wanted to talk about because you guys were talking about like belief or non-belief in the supernatural. Somebody mentioned something about being pagan and how they're not anymore because they don't believe in supernatural. Who was that? Was that you, Will?
Purple.
Oh, it was Purple? Oh, okay. So I consider myself pagan. I call myself a secular pagan because I don't believe in the supernatural or like a god or anything. To me, the gods are just the same thing as if you like pick like a favorite superhero. Like it's an interesting story and you might have your favorite and you might have their picture around or like figurines or whatnot. I mean, to me, that's the same thing.
Hey, Peter Parker is real, okay?
Well, he lives in New York.
Yeah.
But
Cheers, one.
I don't like saying atheist because I feel like that doesn't say anything about me. I mean, it's like saying water drinker.
You know what's funny? I say atheist because I'm almost... I like border on nihilism.
Yeah. I've actually been saying since the 80s that comic book superheroes are just our modern mythology.
Yeah, and I love reading the stories and all that, but I consider myself pagan because I believe in the values of like I like the wheel of the year and how it follows the course of nature and it gives you a chance to, you know, at the stopping points like the equinox and the solstice and whatnot, to kind of stop your busy life and reflect on, let's say if it's in the springtime, reflect on the themes of, you know, growth and newness and maybe like starting new projects. It's like did you ever do story starters in school in the English class? Or they would give you something and you would have to like write a story based on that. To me, it's like that. Like it's like a story starter, and I need to take the time at this particular part of the year to reflect on that and how it applies to my life and that sort of thing.
You know,
so it is values, but there's no supernatural. So that's why I say secular pagan.
So quick question. Do you take do you go more on the structure side and not the spiritual side? So you take it for the structure and not for that you believe gods are real.
The values and like the respect for nature and animals and, you know.
Because I feel like that I took a lot of the values of the things that I grew up in, of people that I grew up around, but I don't identify with their religion, but I still do some of the same jobs and help out people in the same way. And one of the reasons that they do their job is because of their religion. I do mine because I feel we should help people. And it has no religious, connotation whatsoever.
But I don't like saying atheist because that doesn't tell you anything about what I value.
I like saying atheist because every once in a while I like to get in a leaky boat and sack a town.
I just feel like if I say pagan, it gives people more of an idea of my values.
I say atheist.
Atheist doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Because to me, atheist doesn't mean anything. It's like air breather or water drinker. It's like, okay.
Then I'm a non-believer.
You know what? It doesn't tell me anything.
I'll take it a step further. Then I'm anti-Christ.
Oh.
I'm anti Abrahamic, most Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, I'm not
because I'm an American
fond of them.
I'm anti-Christ. I'll say that flat out. Like, I am not a fan of the of the follow the Paul religion.
So when you say most, who's the exception?
I am no longer angry at religion. I am no longer like I'm out of my angry atheist phase, and I have been for a while. I don't see a point in getting in debates about religion because I have my beliefs, you know. And Randolph Richardson put it the best. I overdosed and I died, and my heart stopped. Everything stopped. I remember coming to and waking up and being like nothing happened and feeling like nothing happened. I am somebody who died who doesn't believe in the afterlife. So you can take that any way that you. Randolph Richardson laughed for like 10 minutes when he said it, but it's true. Like I don't believe that there's an afterlife. I don't believe that there's anything beyond this. Like when your brain is done, you're done. And so everything that we create, because I've also taken acid and mushrooms. The mind is an amazing muscle. You can do amazing things with your mind when you're hallucinating, you know? So it's easy to look beyond yourself and look out and be like, oh, wow, like all these celestial things, the world's this beautiful place. But I feel that when you die, when they fold your arms, you're done. Yeah. And maybe, and honestly, sometimes I feel like maybe I'm lacking, maybe I'm missing something, you know, but it's incalculable of there being an afterlife. The math is not in our favor.
Yeah, when I was in the loony bin, there was a girl there who had overdosed and died, and she said it's just like when you unplug the television, it's just done.
Nothing happened. I remember getting the paddles and I remember waking up.
Yeah, it's just off.
Yeah, when your brain's off, you're done. And I've had this argument with people 10 times smarter than me, and I just stand my ground. Like, you know, people can believe whatever they want to believe. Well, I believe in being a good person. That's my thing. Like, just be a good person and believe whatever you want.
Will, have you ever been put under some surgery?
No, not until no.
Because I was wondering if that, you know, if that experience was really different. Yeah, because like when they put me under for surgery, I remember them giving me the mask and saying, you know, count backwards. And then I remember, you know, it was daylight when I went under and I'm waking up and it's dark. And it's like, yeah, there is absolutely no sense of time having passed, but everybody around me is what's talking about what happened in the last 4 hours.
Exactly. And I was out for a while. I was like, they declared me dead. And that, you know, and like I said, and I always joke and say resurrection isn't rare because it's not. People come back from the dead all the time.
Right.
But like Perp said, it just shut off. It just shut off, you know. And I try not to it is a Golden Girls seat. Thank you. It's from that era. You know, I try not to step on people's beliefs because we all, you know, we need each other, whether we realize it or not. And that's my whole thing. No matter what you believe, like we live in this world together. We separate ourselves. We're really good at it. We used to build communities, but now, you know, we go out of our way to separate ourselves.
Yeah. And I still think that most of the pagan traditions that I know about, most of them I still think were pretty cool. I don't have a problem with those, but yeah, I would say I'm anti-Bible.
Mm-hmm. That's my thing. I would, I try not to get too emotional about it, but the Bible suppressed me. I was raised by a bunch of people who really believed it, and when I found out it was poppycock, I moved on with my life. You know? Yeah,
and I didn't really have the angry atheist phase, but I did go through that. When I gave up on the Bible, I did go through a pissed off pagan phase.
Yeah, exactly. And I felt lied to because I was sold a story and I believed it. And as the years went on, most of it was complete BS, especially when it came to anything about LGBTQIA++. Because
the main reason that I would be anti-Bible is that virtually any verse somebody quotes from the Bible to support a point, you can find a verse in the Bible that contradicts it.
Sometimes that same verse can be used for the opposite.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's all entirely down to the interpretation of whoever's reading it.
But then they claim it's not. Like my brother says, yeah, you can twist the Bible to say anything you want. I'm like, yeah, you can.
See, and that's the problem, is that you can. That's why they use it to justify hating LGBTQ people. They it's this giant umbrella now. And when I was a kid, Christianity was considered a religion of peace. And look at Christianity in America now.
Yeah, no.
Look what's happened when you give them unadulterated freedom.
Yeah. But he doesn't see that he's doing that exact same thing with the Bible. He thinks he's got it right and everybody else is twisting it around. I'm like, if it can be twisted around to anything, how do you know you've got it right?
Okay, so here's the thing with the Bible. Unless you open it up and read it from Genesis on, every time you open it up, you're cherry picking.
Yeah.
So it's one of those arguments. Why would you need apologetics for a book?
Yep.
Why would you need people to explain it if your specific brand of your deity, of your God, was real? That's my whole thing. Like, it's always it's kind of the same old arguments,
Well, and if the Bible was a message from an all-powerful entity, how would it even be possible that there would be so many different branches of the religion that disagree with each other?
Thank you. Especially the jealous God that they painted in the Bible. That God would be on the corner telling you to go back in your house. Like, there's no way that God would show up. That God would show themselves. So
that's why I like to say that the Bible maybe might have been, spoken into the people's ear, the men's ears, just to see, knowing how bad it will come out in the end.
Well, I promoted the theory that the Bible was actually written by Satan to promote chaos among men.
That's such
it seems to make a lot more sense if you believe this is the work of the ultimate trickster God.
Absolutely. I used to think about that when I was a kid. I would be like, you guys. I used to say the same thing. If I was Satan, I would do that. I would write the Bible and be like, write myself as God.
Well, it's caused more war and murder than anything else in human history.
It had. It's still to this day. Anywhere I go, if someone doesn't like a patch or like, oh, wrong side, I haven't got my internet left and right, someone will see an upside down cross, they call me out, and it's always the evangelicals. Catholics don't care. I live around Mormons. They tell me, hey, nice coat. No one cares until I get around evangelicals. And there's just been this shift in at least in America, where we've given them so much freedom, they feel they have the right to tell us what to do now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't get that for freedom to be real, it has to be allowing everyone else to do what they want as well.
30 years ago, Purple, did evangelicals have say in schools?
Well, I have to say that, up until 10 years ago, I'd always lived in the upper Midwest, somewhere between Chicago and Minnesota.
Okay.
So, actually, until I got involved in the internet, I did not realize how much of a difference there was between the educational system in the Midwest and like the Deep South. I mean, I knew there was. I knew that they taught about the Civil War differently, but I didn't realize how far that went.
You know, I thought I was in a different planet when I heard how they described the Civil War in the South. And we all live in the same country, and they tell a different story.
Well, and I do remember because when I was like in 5th grade, I had a teacher who was from Georgia. And that was one of the things about when we were studying the Civil War, that when she was giving us a test on the causes of the Civil War, she specifically said that it wasn't about slavery. And I was like, how the fuck can you even say that? But if you put that on the test, it brought your grade down 20 points.
We were taught the exact opposite. Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin, what's his face at Harper's Ferry? You got to go?
Yeah, I'm going to get going right now.
Okay, Junior, thanks for hanging with us.
No,
Great talking to you.
Great
Bye.
Take care now, everybody.
Yep.
Good seeing you later. Harper's Ferry, Bob's Your Uncle, Civil War. You know, we were taught the certain things in chronological order, and that was it.
Yeah, well, and again, with my fiance, brought some other things into light because while she lived in New York most of her life, her family was from Tuskegee, Alabama.
Mm.
And you know, she said that when she was a child, that she used to have to go down there and spend time with her, you know, spend summers with her aunts down there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so she told me a lot about kind of the culture shock from that.
I just, you know, having grown up in the era that I did, it shocks me that people still hate each other based on what they look like.
Yeah. Well, that one of her uncles had been a mechanic for the Tuskegee Airmen in World War II.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
That's awesome. My dad grew up in Savannah, Georgia, in the segregated South. He was born in 1939, and he told me, you know, there was a lot of crazy beliefs, but his mother believed that if you were in a car and you went over 55 miles an hour, you would go insane.
Okay.
This is just the old world, you know. Some of these people I'm talking about were born in the 1800s.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, if they were people who were born before the cars were invented,
yeah,
you know, the idea of anything that could move faster than a horse was terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But he would always tell me that, just trying to tell me, like, each generation's different. Because my dad was addicted to sports cars and trucks that went really fast. So he was always going over 55 miles an hour, you know.
Well, the horses were what kept my mom's family going. Was that her father had a pair of draft horses.
Mm.
So it was like, yeah, pretty much good percentage of the people in the county depended on him to bring the horses around to plow the fields.
Hey, that's a good job to have. Having people need you is a great job.
Yeah. Well, that's how they got through the Great Depression.
You know, my grandmother, she was well off in her later years. She never let go of that Great Depression mentality. She recycled everything. She kept every button. Where am I? Are they close? Let me see if I can. Oh.
My parents had a lot of that too, and my father really did hoard food. That, you know, he was really always concerned about people going hungry.
So, like, this is from my grandma's old.
I remember that.
Yeah,
my mom had some of those.
Good old Sewing Susan. But my grandmother threw nothing away. Of course, this is a tin, doesn't have cookies.
That was the same thing. My mom had a big tin just like that was just full of all the loose buttons, that if an article of clothing lost a button, you had to dig through there for an hour to find a button that matched.
I love it. I love it. I'm going to make a coat with all odd buttons one day.
I had a white like jean jacket, and I took all different colors of buttons and put like a rainbow of all the buttons, hand sewed them on to like one shoulder.
Heck yeah. That's awesome. I like that idea.
That was a while ago, but yeah, it was cool looking.
But yeah, my grandmother, she never lost that mentality. You know, and no matter how much money she had, she kept such good care of anything she touched. I still have her old sewing machine. It has to be I don't know. It's definitely from the 60s. So it's up there. It looks brand new. It looks brand new. Let me see if
I had one of those. I had a Singer sewing machine from the 60s. Unfortunately, the shed I had it stored in, the roof leaked quite badly, and I wasn't aware of it. And the tub it was in filled up with water, and it got so badly rusted I couldn't retrieve it anymore.
Aww.
You know, I couldn't see any way that I could get enough of the rust off to get all the parts moving again.
Well, not without losing your mind.
That would expect that I had something in the first place, but
I'm still waiting for someone to tell me, man, you've lost it, just so I can say I never had it in the first place.
Well, people don't get the reference anymore, but I always said I was like 7-Up. Never had it, never will.
Oh, those are good. Those are all good commercials. I still say, why ask why? Drink but dry.
Yeah.
I still say that. Every once in a while, I like to show my age. Man, let me see if I can find that picture. So, it's just amazing on how pristine it was. I won't waste your time digging through my phone at 1 o'clock in the morning. Never had a doorknob head, but thanks for asking.
Actually, when I was in my 30s, I looked like the typical picture of Jesus you saw in all the Catholic churches.
So you had the Cesar Borgia look going on, huh?
Yeah, and in the pagan community, we had great fun with this. And the best one was one time I was driving and we couldn't find a parking place, so I dropped everybody off and they were waiting for me. And while they were waiting, these two people came up to them with the pamphlets and said, you know, have you seen Jesus? And they said, yeah, he's parking the car. And just when I walked up and when they turned around and saw me, they just,
Awesome. Oh. Where's I turned off my security camera.
Uh-oh. Somebody can sneak up on you now.
I think we set a new record tonight because I think we didn't go below 12 people watching all night.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, it's 3:30 in the morning. It says we've still got 15 people in here.
You should like keep track of that. Like every time you stream, like write down how many people, like the highest number that were in the chat during that stream.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm surprised that even when we hold it like 10, because yeah, I'm still used to that we were doing this for just 5 or 6 people.
Hey Jeff, how's it going? Yeah, yesterday yesterday your stream had like 9 or 10 people. Oh, that's awesome. That Sirius game.
Oh God.
Hey, if when you see Jesus, tell him he owes me like $50.
Oh,
why does he owe you money?
It's a joke. When someone says, "Oh, have you found Jesus?" I always say, "I got a restraining order on that guy," or I'll always say like, "Oh, he owes me $50," or "We stopped dating years ago." I have a bunch of prepared lines when anyone asks me like, "Oh, do you know Jesus?" And I'm always like, "I had to get a restraining order on Jesus."
And be like, I don't. What does he look like?
I'll always say something like, "Oh, he was mean. I don't talk to him anymore." It throws people off.
Yeah, the favorite pagan response was always when they say, "Have you found Jesus?" was, "Have you guys lost him again?"
The Jehovah's don't come around anymore because I was so snarky with them. But the Mormons still come around. Bless their hearts. They still come around.
Well, when I lived in St. Paul, we lived about a half a mile from a Jehovah's Witness hall.
Oh, wow.
So they were there every weekend until 1 year at Yule, I put a 5-foot lighted pentagram on the side of the house. They never knocked on our door again. So I guess those things really do ward off evil.
I think I might put one right in front of my house. I wonder if the city would give me a hard time if I had a 5-foot statue in front of my house.
I don't see why that would. That's just like the size of a person, right?
Well, the city, like, instead of, we don't have homeowner associations, but the city, they make these weird laws and make they make people, they make you adhere to the letter of the law.
Yeah,
like
in some cities they put rather specific directives on what you're allowed for outdoor decorations.
And it's pretty loose around here. They're not too hardcore, but the city's been cracking down because they have nothing else better to do. Like, I had to get a dumpster. I had to pay $106 to get a permit. I was like, "Oh, the city guy's not gonna come by." They came by to check to see if I had the permit.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're trying to keep this side of Los Angeles County clean, I guess.
Well, I'm sure it's got to be written down somewhere where you can find out if you can have it.
I'm just gonna put something gaudy in front of my house and challenge the city.
You'd be like, "This was easier than looking up the law."
Well, now that I think about it, like, there's someone down the street from my house that every year they pull out this 10-foot Snoopy with a Christmas hat on, So if they put that obnoxious thing on their front lawn, I should be able to put a 5-foot statue.
Yeah.
Well, and depending on how the law is written, a lot of times something that's considered temporary is allowed, although not something that's considered permanent.
They've got so
which basically can be a question of how well is it anchored to the ground.
I have power tools. Challenge me.
Well, what I'm saying is that it may be okay to put a 5-foot concrete statue if there isn't actually anything that penetrates below the ground.
True, because they are big on land rights too. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Or just do it, and then when they come cite you or whatever, be like, "Yeah, it was easier to put it up than it was just to look up the law."
My grandmother.
It really is, because the laws require such interpretation that until they give you the statute number to know what you're dealing with, you may never find it.
And you have to be a lawyer because it's subsection B of blah, blah, blah. Like, it's written in lawyerese. You know,
I dealt with it constantly, you know, just doing home repairs. That I often had to go and I had to show the building inspectors where it said in the city or county regulations that this was okay.
When I retrofitted my grandma's house, looked like the Brady Bunch house. I tore out half of the living room. I repainted the whole house. When Leonard Nimoy died, I have a United Federation of Planets flag. I hung it in front of her house, and her homeowners association tried to fine her $900.
Yeah. Can't they just say take it down?
Oh, you know what? I sold the house and laughed. I still have the letter. They took a picture of it and everything. I just sold the house. I was like, you guys can kiss my butt. Because there are many dictatorships.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine that was fined $500 by the homeowners agency because he changed his front door because he wanted a storm door that was a full view glass. And they objected because they wanted all the houses to look the same from the outside.
See that
you know, that you were basically limited to like half a dozen colors you could paint it, and you weren't supposed to do anything that changed the outside profile.
That's just creepy, though.
I promised myself that I would never live in such a yuppie neighborhood like that.
I never would either, but you know, their thought on it was that's how they protected the property values. Because if there was one house that looked weird, they thought it would lower the property values in the neighborhood.
I'll just start working on my truck in front of my house. That'll lower the property value real quick.
Oh, yeah. When I lived in New York, I was getting hell from the neighbors because the pickup truck I was working on did not fit their ideas.
In LA County, it's not enforced, but you're not allowed to work on a car in your own front lawn. I mean, I'm sorry, on your own driveway, on your own property. But it's not enforced, but the cops can stop you for it. How's it going, Jeff?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, I didn't realize Jen had sent me a link to your stream, actually. I fell asleep. I fell asleep again about 10-15 minutes in because it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. So
your sleeping habits are like mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I basically sleep whenever my brain will let me, which is completely erratic and has nothing to do with a 24-hour cycle.
I start thinking about things that I can't control, and then I'm wide awake. I start running my life through my head, and the heart starts pumping, and because I can't just lay in bed. I have to actually be tired.
I start thinking about sleeping.
Lately,
like, my brain gets all meta and is like, sleep, what is it? And I'm just like, get all anxious and like, but I need it.
Exactly. Lately, I've been watching old TV shows.
One of the really screwed up things is like, when I realize I've gotten everything done, when I, not feeling that there's any projects I have to worry about or bills to pay or anything, and I'm looking at the clock and thinking, I lay down now, I can actually get a full 8 hours sleep. I get excited by that idea, so then I can't fall asleep.
Oh, no.
I do this.
It's just such a rare thing that happens that I get excited over the prospect of a good night's sleep. But most of the time, it's like, I'll be sitting in my chair, like trying to read or do some research, and like dozing off in my chair. But then by the time I get up and get to my bed, then my brain's like, "Oh, you're not busy. Let's review all the projects that haven't been finished."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. For me, it's always like, "Oh, did I lock the side gate? Did I lock my car? knowing that I did, I'll have to get out of bed and still check to see if I did it.
Yeah, I know that.
I bet my neighbors are like, I bet they're like, yeah, Mr. Sewing's kind of crazy. Because every once in a while, I'll walk out of my PJs and just check my car and just walk right back in my house.
Yeah, some nights I have to walk upstairs and make sure that sloth girl locked her door.
Yeah. I say these funny things, but I've done some bonehead moves. Like I left my my car door open one time when I was so excited that I came back from the dispensary that I forgot to close my car door. I've done all kinds of boneheaded shit.
Oh.
Jeff, do you ever leave your keys in the front door or anything like that?
I've occasionally done stuff like that, yeah.
I always put for some reason, I've learned to keep it in my pants, and I'm talking about my wallet. But I used to have this bad habit. I'd put my wallet down and then walk away. And then I'd spend 15 minutes in the morning going through my entire house looking for it.
I've gotten in the habit that when I come home, I put my keys in my shoes. Because that's the only way I know I won't leave the apartment without them.
Smart. That is so smart.
Good idea.
I've left my house without my wallet before. Because I'm so flustered because I can't find the stupid thing.
Yeah. Well, I had enough times that I walked out without my keys and then I couldn't get back in the building.
Oh, so worse.
And then you got to pay like the $100 fee to get them to let you in.
Well, I never had that because if I walked out without my keys, I didn't lock the apartment door, but it just meant I had to wait until somebody I knew came by to let me back in the building.
I have so many bad habits like that. I live with this thing in my hand, my coffee cup. I'll be getting I'll get my son in the car. I'll have everything ready and I'm driving down the road and I'm like, I left my coffee cup in the driveway. Then I have to turn around and come back and my stupid coffee cup is sitting in the driveway. It's the plight of a soccer mom. Could be worse. It could be worse. I try not to complain too hard.
Yeah. No, I was the soccer mom when I had kids in middle school.
That's the one thing that COVID has stopped is all the insane running around. There were certain days I would have anxiety because I knew I had to go like 9 different places because the kid had to go here and then go see this person. So I kind of, that's one thing I'm happy about being homeschooled. I'm sincerely thinking about homeschooling my son next year.
Well, these days it should be a lot easier with the resources that are available online.
And also, I'm not going to get into it too much, but the entire infrastructure has kind of failed, and COVID has exposed how much we need comprehensive people around our children who actually want to teach them.
Yeah.
And have the ability to do it every day, consistently. Teachers should be paid more.
Yeah. Although, they're not going to get it.
I've done that. I've done that too, Sammy. I've done that.
Oh, man.
Not with a phone, but I have had the occasion of driving and, when I got to the parking lot where I was going, find out that there was still something on the roof of the car. That only works if you have a roof rack so it doesn't slide off too much, but...
Yeah.
That's why I always get metal cups. I always get metal, just for when I do drop it.
That reminds me.
Well, I have been still reusing the plastic fountain cups from Quick Trip, and I was disappointed because this year they have changed the cups they had. So now, the cups hold up and I use them for like a year, but the lids tear. So now I can't get replacement lids for my cups that I already have.
I use Big Gulp cups for everything.
Yep. That's basically what I'm talking about. Same thing.
I love those 7-Eleven cups. I got ridiculous with them. I have a stack because I even use them like for concrete. Like I use them for everything.
Yeah. Well, and that's when I say I'm drinking the whiskey, that's why I'm mixing them in.
Oh, wow.
I put like 4 shots of whiskey in a 32-ounce cup and fill it with ginger ale.
Hell yeah.
What's the I forget the brands of them. What's the famous the red plastic cups?
Oh,
Solo cups.
Yeah. Solos, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the brand name.
I had a novelty Solo cup that was 40 ounce. That thing was amazing, but it broke because I took it everywhere with me. I love that stupid thing. That's my thing. I get cups because I drink coffee all the time. Like it's 1 something in the morning and I'm drinking coffee. So it's important to have a reliable cup. You're damn right, Sammy Jenkins.
I missed the earlier one here, yeah.
That's a tattoo. That's a tattoo.
I've got to admit, I quite like I do quite like the old large sort of coffee cups that are like they're sort of like the they're supposed to be like the old like Coke cups, but they're just a lot thicker and that is good. Like the Costa ones are quite,
In the UK, do you guys have like giant large portions like this? This is 32 ounce coffee.
No, mind you, yeah, not to the same extent, no. I mean, even like the fast food things, like McDonald's were doing like the supersize things on fries and all that sort of fries and Cokes and stuff. Actually, Burger King still do like a supersized Coke, like that's about it. But like
really?
McDonald's, McDonald's. After that documentary, because they sort of stopped them everywhere, didn't they? That made them look bad.
They didn't slow them down at all.
No, we have giant cups, and they're cheap here. We can get any size cup for $1 here in California.
Yeah, and
at McDonald's.
And here it doesn't even stop at the 1/4 liter cups that there are like 48-ounce cups that some places have.
And at the dollar store, we have 3-liter sodas.
Yep,
they're huge.
So you can buy like a 3-liter bottle of something like that, but you're not going to get that in a cup or something,
Okay, and everybody knows the classic beer pong game where they line up the solo cups of beer and they bounce the ping pong balls into them. Well, in New York, they upscaled that. Syracuse, New York, not in the city, but the college students at the private college went to Ace Hardware, which had the red 35-gallon garbage cans. And they set it up with those bouncing a volleyball into them.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
To answer Sammy
Unsanitary.
Jenkins, yes, we're all overcompensating, Sammy. Yes, all of us. That's why I walk around with a big cup. Oh, and I drive a big truck too. I drive a big giant truck too, so that's overcompensating on steroids.
Yep. And we don't have any 7-Elevens around here, but yeah, I have seen these half-gallon cups in some places.
Oh yeah, we don't. We have those here.
Oh, we don't have 7-Eleven in the UK, so
there's one within walking distance of my house.
Do you have an equivalent?
When I moved in with my fiance, I had a Pepsi addiction. That I had the 32-ounce cup in my car that I generally refilled twice a day while I was out working.
Oh yeah,
and that's I was going through 2 to 3 quarts of Pepsi a day, and she finally broke me of that. So now it's like any cola just tastes weird. I can't take any cola at all anymore.
Oh, it's so funny you would say that. I've become hooked on Pepsi later in life. I am hooked on Pepsi right now.
Well, that's also the reason why I've run out of teeth, I'm sure. But
I will say yes, we do have equivalents in the. I suppose Tesco Express would be the equivalent in the UK. It's one of the big supermarket chains just decided to open up a shit ton of convenience stores as well. So, and they took over stuff like a lot of the one-stop ones, and or, you know, I suppose what Circle K's that we used to have back in the day, which I know Circle K used to be in America as well. But
my son, I stopped doing it because I felt like I was going to give my son type 2 diabetes. But we have a ton of 7-Eleven refill cups. They're all 40 ounces. So I would buy him he has one that's a fake blender. He has one that's twist that looks like DNA. It's 40 ounces. It looks like a Las Vegas cup or like Louisiana or Florida, you know, it's huge. But we don't go to 7-Eleven that much anymore because
well, and that's another thing that happened with the COVID, that for a while they shut down the fountain drinks altogether.
Yeah.
And, you know, now they've got them back, but they won't let you do refill cups.
See, that's the thing. It was almost worth it to buy those $10 cups because we would go back all the time.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that's with me, you know, when I was working at people's houses. So I was, you know, I wasn't at any location. I was driving from place to place. Yeah, it just made sense more to have one of the refillable fountain mugs.
Well, yeah. I'll always say, so this will be good explanation of the stupidity of the British government. When we sort of were coming out of our first lockdown, and they were trying to get, you know, sort of things going again. They come out and near enough within, I think it may have even been the same briefing, but I'm not entirely sure on that. But it was at around about the same time that they were giving health warnings about, you know, you know, if about obesity, and if you're obese, you are more at risk of COVID. And at the same time, they launched a scheme to try and get like restaurants going again. So
when they were giving vouchers,
called Eat Out to Help Out. So it's like, so they're basically there. So basically, your plan is warn people about obesity, but that going encourage them to get cheap McDonald's and KFC.
So
that's really going to help, isn't it?
When they were thinking of that campaign, no one thought Eat Out to Help Out was a bad name.
Yeah.
And
I thought it was awful. I thought the entire thing of it was awful because but it just showed how, to be honest, it just showed how they more give a shit about like getting the economy going than actually people's fucking health and the fact that it was just going to put us back in the same situation, and here we are in full lockdown again for the third time.
Yikes.
Well, and to steal this from Bill Maher, I don't know it from a fact, but I know it's true that the reason they've been pushing to get the economy restarted was for the last year I've been able to fill up my tank for under $2 a gallon. The oil companies are not happy with the fact that people are not driving nearly as much as they used to.
Not here. Gas is still outrageous.
$2 a gallon, but that'd be about what we pay for a litre in the UK. Fuel is fucking expensive here.
Yeah, well, but before the COVID started, when I moved, we were paying like $2.85 a gallon.
Yeah.
So basically it's down like, 35-40% from what it was a year ago.
It's usually like $3 to $4 here. It's outrageous.
Yeah, well, when I first moved to New York, I was paying $4 a gallon to drive from Minnesota to New York.
Okay, I won't feel as bad. It's $3.29 on average in my town.
Yeah, well, I know California does have a higher tax on it.
Yeah, we have tax on everything. No matter what you buy, there's a CRV on attached. Well, certain things not, but the thought is, like, if you buy cans, the thought is you're going to recycle it. So they make you pay a tax.
Mm-hmm.
But most people don't recycle.
So what? So I think about the equivalent. See, we'd be paying something like $6.3 a gallon or something. It'd be about the equivalent of. It's about the equivalent of fuel. You know what we'd be paying.
We would be in the streets rioting if gas was $6.
No,
Yeah.
No, I know you're right that, generally what most people in Europe pay for a liter is what the US pays for a gallon.
Yeah.
Mm. But then, I mean, at the end of the day, it'll be like, the entire continent of Europe is like not even half the size of the United States. So, but yeah, they can, certain ways, I think there's certain ways they can get away with it here. We haven't got a lot of, we've got as much driving to do.
And you guys have to bring the oil in.
Well,
you have
actually,
the
biggest difference isn't necessarily the distances driven, but in the UK and Europe, you have functional trains and mass transit systems. In the US, it is really impossible to live in many cities without owning a car.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Britain's got, I still think Britain's got like more miles of like railway than, per square mile than any other nation in the world, I think. That being said, yeah, our public, I mean, particularly our railways, ever since like 30 odd years ago when the government privatized them all, they've been fucking extortionate. So people have been more and more inclined towards the roads and that, because the rail fare prices are even more fucking extortionate, which is stupid in an age when we're supposed to be like like being a bit more environmentally friendly. You think you try and want to lower the price of using public transport to encourage people to use it.
They actually they got smart and did that here because we have so many cars. It's like when someone buys a car, I look at them like, why did you put another car on the road? So they lowered the prices of the metro and the buses. So it's a little bit more sensible, not by much. But if you like equal out gas, how much you're paying for gas, it's probably like $50 cheaper. Because someone got paid to figure that out. Oh, to answer what Sammy Jenkins put, it worked. I don't know. It kind of worked in New York when they started regulating sizes, but I think it's ridiculous. But I'm an American. When people start telling me what to do, I get twitchy.
Not finding quite the right. Oh, yeah. What Sammy was asking here, a liter is about the same as a quart, so a gallon is just slightly less than 4 liters.
Oh, then you guys are paying less, and we're paying through the nose then. Yeah,
because a quart is 32 liters, or a quart is 32 ounces. A liter is something like 33.8 ounces.
That would be like almost $12 here.
Yep.
Yeah, we would be riding in the streets if gas was $12 here.
Wow.
Yeah, people were getting pretty close to it when gas went up to $4 a gallon.
I mean, we've had like protests where like a lot of the self-employed lorry drivers and like taxi drivers and that actually blockaded some of the fuel refineries in the UK in the past over prices of fuel, and somehow the prices have still managed to fucking go up through the roof.
Well, back in the 80s, we had some incidents of that with truck drivers blocking highways to protest the high fuel cost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
oh yeah.
Well, it was good. It was like truck drivers. They blocked a lot of the refineries off, and your taxi drivers were going on like go slows throughout the city centres and causing massive traffic jams. But the thing is, a lot of them were all self-employed and were paying for their own bloody fuel costs. It was affecting their business, really, so you could understand it.
Oh, heck yeah. That's one of the reasons I stopped painting, is because the price of paint just went through the roof, and I was ripping myself off because I didn't feel like ripping off my customers. So I was always taking a hit for it. And it just became not worth it after a while, because I'm not a corporation who can just throw money away.
That's the thing that I think this is the kind of the thing that's happened whenever they put fuel up. It's just put the prices of everything else up.
We say that about milk. We're like, oh, the price of fuel must be up. Every time milk goes up, we're like, oh, now we got to pay for the gas for it to get here.
Yeah.
It's funny that way, but I don't know. Like, I've lived out in the middle of nowhere, and sometimes I contemplate, like, I don't know which is better. Independent living out in the middle of nowhere, or living in a city where you pay high taxes.
I'd rather pay high taxes.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
There's pros and cons to either. So
I lived in this place called Sandy, Oregon, which is by the base camp of Mount Hood. So when I first moved, and I did not know anyone or anywhere to live, so I moved out in the middle of nowhere, and it was actually really peaceful out there. But then after about 4 or 5 months, it got to me of how just unbelievably boring it was, and it took an hour just to get to my house from the city. But I guess it's easier to live in the city.
Yeah, when I was in Upper Michigan there, it was basically an hour drive to anything.
That's like my brother lives in Montana, and it's like an hour, just like that, an hour drive to anywhere. And I don't. What if you forget something at Walmart?
Yeah. Well, literally, the closest Walmart to us was driving an hour into the next state.
Oh, wow.
We were living in Michigan, but Rhinelander, Wisconsin was the closest Walmart.
Is Michigan against Walmart, or?
The Upper Peninsula is basically against humans.
I can see
that. It's like there is no infrastructure up there at all, because it's a peninsula, so, it doesn't go through to anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's basically one highway that comes through because of the Mackinac Bridge. That's it.
I actually know exactly where that is.
I was going to say, I can understand people being against Walmart, but,
Oh, yeah. I hate Walmart. And that's one of the reasons I hated living in Michigan, is there wasn't any choice, because it was an hour to the closest Walmart, but it was 2.5 hours to the closest Target.
Yikes.
So there wasn't like any equivalent store I could go to. And Walmart pisses me off because I know how they treat the employees, and I know their politics.
Oh, they do everything they can to make sure that they're billionaires, and that their people are Walmart is one of the only places where you could have health insurance, dental insurance, all this wonderful stuff, and still be living in your car when you're working for them. Walmart is awful. Walmart is the worst.
Yeah. Walmart is evil, let's be honest.
Yeah. They are. They have a high rate of employees that are homeless.
Yep. And Walmart actually tells their employees how to apply for food stamps rather than paying them enough that they could buy groceries.
Oh, that's ridiculous. At their own store, they could buy groceries, but they can't afford to. That's insane.
That should be illegal, like that kind of treatment.
I thought it was.
Should be. Yeah, it should be illegal, to actually for an employer to pay people not enough to live on.
Yeah.
So what Sammy Jenkins is saying is, I wish that was here, that the farmers, like the reason why there's a tax is because the farmers get the money back. I wish it was like that here in California because our farmers and they need help.
Well, he says supposedly goes to the farmers, but
oh, okay. Seems to rip them off. Yeah, so under the farmers' tax and consumers.
Although, you know, the dairy farmers in California actually do a bit better than the ones here. Because what most people don't know is the calculation that they are legally allowed to charge for a gallon of milk is based on how far you are from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Really?
Yes, that is the official USDA calculation for what is considered price gouging on milk. The further you are from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, the more you can charge for it, because the assumption at the time was that basically all the milk was being produced in Wisconsin.
So on the West
the fact that New York and California have herds of dairy cows, this has never been adjusted.
Oh, that's hilarious. We have millions of cows here. Millions. We have the land for it.
Yeah.
Central California smells like cow shit.
Yeah, but again, this is a government regulation that is left over from the turn of the 20th century.
Oh, that's hilarious. I love facts like that. I love hearing stuff like that. Weird laws, things that got grandfathered in. I love stuff like that.
Yeah. I love those weird laws too. Like in Minnesota, it is illegal to cross the state line with a duck on your head. Apparently, if you're carrying a duck under each arm, that's okay. You just can't have one sitting on your head.
I love some of these like strange laws and stuff.
I want to know who did that enough to piss somebody off to make it a law. Like, how did that come about? Who ticked off who? And they were like, nope, I'm gonna make a law.
There wouldn't be laws like this if somebody wasn't caught doing it.
That sounds personal.
I don't know what state it is, but there's a state where you can't have a donkey in a bathtub.
There's one I can't remember. There's one where it's illegal to shoot like any game animal from a moving car, with the exception of a whale. I can't remember where that's from though.
Well, you better have a rocket launcher and a net.
And another one that in Minnesota, there is specifically a law against fucking a rooster. So I don't know if maybe this is a gay thing because then it's okay to fuck a chicken, but not a rooster.
Listen, somebody got caught.
Listen to this one. I found one here. This is obviously Quitman, Georgia. It is illegal to allow a chicken to cross the road. I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere, but you know.
All right, so here we go. It's 2:00 in the morning. In Alabama, it's illegal to drive blindfolded. In Alaska,
shouldn't that be everywhere?
True. In Alaska, you can put an animal in the back of an open vehicle, so you could drive around with a moose or a bear. In Alaska, in Arizona, it's illegal for a donkey to sleep in a bathtub.
See?
In Arkansas, you can honk your horn near a sandwich shop after you can't honk your horn near a sandwich shop after 9 p.m. God, these are weird. In California, it's illegal to whistle for a lost canary before 7 a.m.
Who's the one who said about the donkey in the bathtub?
That's Arizona.
Yeah, okay. I found out because I'm looking at weird laws here. I've found out why this one came into being. This law was brought into effect due to a public menace caused in 1924. A merchant used to allow his donkey to sleep in his bathtub. The town was flooded when the local dam broke and the donkey was washed a mile down the valley. The donkey survived, but locals spent time and manpower to save the animal.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That is weird. Yeah.
feel like there doesn't need to be a law for that one thing.
Oh, this would never happen here. In Colorado, it's illegal to keep a couch on your porch.
I can understand why that law was passed.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
I can too.
Here's one. This is
Australia's second most populated state says it's illegal to change a light bulb unless you're a licensed electrician.
Do you know Jen told me that?
I can see trade unions getting that passed.
Yeah,
Jen told me that, and I thought she was joking.
Yeah, that's true. That one, Victoria.
She's they're it's all over the country. You have to call an electrician to do certain things. Where normally, like, I added a second panel in this garage. I did it by myself, and the lights are on, and no one died, so it worked.
Yeah, well, I've done a lot of electrical work and had to sometimes find creative ways to interpret the building codes to let me do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like I make sure all the work is up to all the state codes, but it's getting the building inspectors to let it go.
Oh, they're the worst. They are the worst.
Here's one. In Samoa, it is illegal to forget your wife's birthday.
Oh,
holy cow!
There's a lot of guys I know who could be a lot of fucking trouble for.
I would.
They live there.
I'd be in prison.
This one, years ago in Illinois, you could get fines for splitting wood on a sidewalk. Oh, for spitting on a sidewalk. Sorry, I was misreading that. Yeah.
They do, like, if you got caught hawking a loogie out of a window, a cop will pull you over here and just call you gross. That's from personal experience.
Okay, this one bothers me. In Germany, the highest punishment for owning a lot of weed is the same as causing a nuclear explosion, 5 years.
For
It
weed?
bothers me that you only get 5 years for causing a nuclear explosion.
You get 5 years for weed? Wow, no one's smoking in Germany. And I'm kidding. That's
in a lot of the
insane.
states in the U.S., you can get more than that.
That's insane.
This is why so many of the Germans tend to like flood Amsterdam during the holidays.
True. So true. In Delaware, you can't sell dog hair. In Florida, legal parking fees towards animals must be paid.
Yep. In New Jersey, it's illegal to pump your own gas.
In Oregon, too.
Okay, I didn't know there were states that still had that, but, I remember when all gas stations were full service, when there was a big fight in Illinois over whether or not they should allow self-service gas stations.
So a long time ago, I had my first truck, and I drove to Tacoma, Washington. On my way, of course, you have to drive through Oregon. I remember the first gas station I pulled up to, the guy was walking towards my truck. I get out. I said, "What the hell are you walking towards my truck?" I had no idea that people did that. I thought it was only in the movies.
Yeah, I visited Oregon. Well, I've been there several times, but for the first time as the driver, and I wanted to fill up before I went back, and I pulled in, and then I saw like the people standing up and coming towards the car. I'm like, "Oh, this is full service. I don't want that." And I kept going to gas station, and then I remembered, oh, they do that here. No, I'll just cross the border and pump my own gas.
Yeah, you can't pump your own gas in Oregon. It creates jobs, though. That's one good thing. It creates jobs. It
makes me feel awkward and uncomfortable. I'm like, do I tip them? Who has cash to tip people? And do I give them my credit card to pay for the gas? It just makes me all uncomfortable. I'm
the same way. I'm the same way. In Georgia, it's illegal to live on a boat for more than 30 days.
That's
I think this one is it. Milan, Italy. It's a legal requirement to smile.
What?
Yeah, apparently that's like one of these like old laws from hundreds of years ago, though, that no one ever bothered to repeal.
Oh, that's funny. In Idaho, it's illegal to sweep debris on the streets.
Onto the street, or just sweeping it around the street?
One man's trash is certainly not a man's trash. It's illegal to sweep debris.
That's actually still a problem in a lot of cities. When I was doing landscaping, one of the adjacent cities that we went into, we would get fined if we blew the grass clippings into the street.
Wow. I don't think that you get fined here. Well, if you don't get caught. In Indiana, it's illegal to ride a horse above 10 miles an hour. How? I have so many questions about that one.
How do you know?
Yeah, exactly. How would you? Horses go at all different kinds of speeds. Oh, in Kansas, tire screeching is banned.
Oh.
That one I can see. It can be very annoying when people do that late at night.
In Kentucky, a woman cannot marry the same man 4 times.
Well, that's just damn good advice. I mean, 3 times forms a pattern. If it didn't work out the 3rd time, you should just give it up.
I would ask them, the hell is wrong with both of you?
Yeah, but he's my cousin and the only eligible bachelor in the county.
See, some of them, some of these ones are reading like they sound strange on the surface, and then you think about it, there is a little bit of sense. Like in Greece, it's illegal to wear like high heel stiletto shoes on the Acropolis.
Well, I can see why.
And then you think about that for a second. It's like, okay, yeah, you're talking about a lot of old ruins then, so they don't want the floors fucked up. So,
hold on, you can't have a fire pit in Boston? That's awful. I feel sorry for you guys.
Yeah. As far as the high heel shoes, there was actually an incident in Minneapolis where it was 90-something degrees outside, and I had to pick up Sloth Girl and carry her to the door because her high heels had sunk into the blacktop.
It's in Scottish law, it's illegal to be drunk in charge of a cow.
I can kind of see the reasoning to that.
Yeah.
If you're not in control of yourself, how can you control a large animal?
I'll have to ask Hobbs about this one. It's illegal to wear a mask in public in Denmark, which I'm sure may have been amended due to current circumstances. But
yeah, I was going to ask about that. This one I can see about being illegal to lockstep over a bridge in a group in Germany. I'm sure we all know where that one came from. I seek to live in a world where chickens can cross the road without their motivations being questioned.
Yeah. It's illegal to build a sandcastle in Spain. Wow.
Wait, no sandcastles in Spain?
Yeah, it sort of seems to say why this.
Yeah, I wonder why that would be.
You could pay up to you could pay up to like €100 fine for it or something. Wow.
Okay, Theo says the thing about
and that includes that
bridge is actually because of the vibrations. I can kind of see that, but I'm not convinced.
Okay, here's one. It is illegal to kill Bigfoot in British Columbia, Canada.
Oh, yeah. Kansas, no, Nebraska actually has a thing on the ballot now about opening a Bigfoot hunting season.
Yeah.
That during specific weeks of the year it would be okay to shoot them.
Oh dear. You just know that there's going to be people who like sort of woolly coats or something that are going to get shot as a result of this. You know.
I'm wondering about this one. In Florida, sexting up a chicken is a felony. Truth.
Do what? Sexting a chicken?
Yeah. How many chickens have cell phones in the first place?
No, none. As far as I know.
Yeah, I know that before COVID, there were a lot of places that it was illegal to wear a mask in public just because it was assumed that if you were doing that, you were committing a crime.
Mm.
Everything okay there, Will?
Oh yeah, young Mr. Sewing he doesn't have school tomorrow, so he's enjoying being a pirate.
Oh.
What? No sewing on Friday or no school on Friday?
No, it's 4-day weekend because it's President's Day weekend.
Yeah. Well, I figured they'd have Monday off. I just wasn't expecting Friday.
Well, what happened? And this was before COVID. The school systems, instead of what they were doing was furloughing teachers and giving them extra days off. So now every Wednesday was a half day, and then it became like every other Friday. So they started really taking the school hours down. So they basically pay teachers less. So I'm used to just be the most random days off. He has the most random days off. So, you know, he enjoys not having to get up to go to school. And I haven't been too much of a stickler because he's missed out on the 6th grade. And that's important in America. That's like an important year of schooling, you know. So I feel bad.
Yeah, I did not have the typical school experience, so I have very different views on a lot of those things.
And developmentally too, like, I don't know. But it's not just my child. It's every kid. And we're doing this because of COVID. So I'm not going to give you any crappy selfish excuses. It's what I have.
Basically, everyone was thrust into the situation, you know, with no real way to prepare for it. So, I'm not going to get down on anybody about how they've handled the last year.
And, you know, this time of year, I always get antsy because school is going to be over in a couple months. 3 months and school's over, you know?
Actually, something I had a problem with until I was with my fiance and in my late 40s was that my mood cycles always bottomed out in the first year of September.
Mm-hmm.
Over the anxiety of a new school year starting. And that carried right through my 40s.
I know exactly what you're saying. Like, I get this weird, lag of like, and it's good that I don't have to drive because last year I kind of got depressed. I'm like, why are we still getting up every day? Like, it's just, you know, it just weighs on me after a while. And I'm the one that's taking him to school every day, you know, since kindergarten.
Yeah.
So
in Texas, it's illegal to sell your own organs.
Not in California.
Yeah.
You can sell your plasma. You can sell your kneecap. You can sell your foot. You can sell whatever you want here. Oh, that's
well,
fun.
Yeah, because there's a lot of celebrities that need to buy those things.
You're not lying.
A lot of celebrities walking around with no kneecaps.
Hey, if they own money to a bookie, probably, yeah. In Maryland, sleeveless shirts are banned in public parks. Oh, I would be screwed. I have nothing but sleeveless jackets and shirts.
I can see some women using that as an excuse to go topless. That they had to take off their shirt to enter the park.
So this is a weird California question. Is it illegal to be topless at restaurants where you guys live?
I have no idea. I've never tried it.
I'm pretty sure it would be here, but I know that in some cities like Portland, it's not.
Exactly. And in San Francisco and LA, you can, well, certain places in LA, but it's not illegal here. You could, there's basically, it's an equality law where if a man can do it, a woman should be able to do it too.
Well, and that's another thing that I have questioned for decades of, how can they make that illegal for women?
Yeah,
just because men can't control themselves.
I could get in my car and drive around with my shirt off and no one would say a word. If a woman did it, she'd get pulled over.
Yep. Well, and that's the argument I keep having over these, people who, about the mask, say the government can't make me wear a piece of cloth. How would they react if a woman went shopping topless?
Exactly. But people
they'd lose their shit.
Oh, absolutely. But people that give those arguments never think those arguments through. They're never like, let's think this to a logical conclusion,
Yep. Well, and that's why they want all the things passed based on their religion.
Oh, it drives me crazy.
Because they don't realize that 5 years from now, the Muslims will use that against them.
Absolutely. It's the number one, it's the fastest growing religion around the world. Sure isn't the religion of Paul.
Well, I mean, we're already running into some of that in Minnesota because in the 1990s, we had a big influx of Hmong people here.
Mm-hmm. You guys are actually famous for that.
Yeah, so, people are kind of freaking out that some of the laws they passed to promote Christianity are being used by people who practice a non-Bible-based religion.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's what I mean, dude. So that's what I mean. It's they don't seem to realise that it is going to come back and bite them on the ass one day,
Yeah.
Absolutely bite them in the ass.
Well, that's what the whole veil of ignorance exercise is about. That you have to think about that if you're at the lowest state in the society, is this something that will be bad for you?
Yeah. I've said it like 9 times tonight. I don't know why people vote against their own interests.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I really don't get about the people in the South, that they consistently vote against their own economics.
It doesn't, I vote for things that are in my favor.
And that's, intellectually, I understand that they do it because they get rallied up about things that are emotional issues. And that they can't really think past the emotional issue to see how this is going to affect them on a practical level.
People in this country, if we voted people en masse voted in their own interests in this country, we'd never have a conservative government again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if people had really thought through the issues, how many of them would have voted for Brexit?
Whoa, that's a loaded call. I agree. But just like here in America, they were fed a lot of propaganda.
The Brexit debate was awful by both sides of the argument as well, because the whole thing became a blooming referendum on immigration.
Exactly.
Really. And even the Remain campaign were using that as an issue. It was disgusting. The whole debate was disgusting. But
earlier,
I think there's a lot of people with buyer's remorse on Brexit right now.
Earlier, I started bitching about Windrush. That's another 9-hour conversation.
Well, and they've basically proven now that in 2016, the Russians screwed with the American election. So I don't see any reason to believe that the Russians didn't do the same kind of shit with the Brexit vote.
It serves, when people are panicking, they're not thinking.
Yeah.
So
but I mean, doesn't it make sense that the Russians would have done the same thing to separate the UK from the EU?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
In Massachusetts, it's illegal to tell fortunes without a certificate.
What kind of certificate do you get?
Wait a minute. It's okay to do palm readings and crystal balls if you have a government license.
A fortune teller must live in Massachusetts for at least 1 year in order to apply for the license. This law helps prohibit psychics from taking all of your moolah in exchange for predictions. They're still false predictions. Oh.
Okay. And this is from the same state that is famous for having executed witches.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I love the fact that the Satanic Temple have their headquarters in Salem.
Oh, that's odd. Do you know they're in Salem? They have the I want to say like a 50-foot Ouija board, so you can walk on it. It's huge. Of course, I saw it on YouTube. Of course,
I love the meme of the throw rug that's printed to be a Ouija board.
I saw that.
And it says, yeah, it looks great until your Roomba summons a demon.
I've seen that. That's hilarious.
Here's the one in the UK. It's illegal to handle salmon suspiciously in the UK. Now, what do you mean by suspiciously? I don't quite know.
Under your coat? You walk around.
By the way, this isn't like some old law. This is like 1986 that was introduced.
I think somebody was walking around slapping people with a fish. Personally,
I was more thinking that suspiciously referred to somebody trying to stuff it down their pants.
Exactly. Yeah, but you look extra suspicious with a giant fish in your band.
It's like the Monty Python fish slapping dance, isn't it? You know?
Exactly.
If anybody watches Curious and More Curious, that in the shelf behind him, there are a bunch of Monty Python references, including a stuffed trout.
Oh, that's
and he explained at one point that was because at their wedding, they did a Monty Python themed wedding, and their children did the fish slapping dance.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love stuff like that. I absolutely love stuff like that. In Michigan, you can't sell your vehicle on a Sunday.
Kill your vehicle?
No, you can't sell your vehicle.
Okay.
On a Sunday.
Actually, in Minnesota, to this day, all the car dealerships are closed on Sundays. And the reason for that is because of, in the banking laws, they cannot write a loan on a Sunday. So the car dealerships aren't open because they can't write loans on the cars.
Oh, wow.
And actually, it was only about 3 years ago in Minnesota that liquor stores could be opened on a Sunday.
And
I think it was 2018 that law was finally overthrown.
Blue laws are real, though. There's blue counties all across America. I'm surprised it's still like that in Minnesota. That's wow.
That was one of the things that always pissed me off, that I couldn't buy a bottle of whiskey on a Sunday. Because it's like, yeah, my religion doesn't pay any attention to that.
Damn right. Damn right. So speaking of Minnesota, it's illegal to have dirty tires.
There's a law in a place in town in Russia where driving a dirty car can get you fined 2,000 rubles.
That's crazy, though. Like,
how is it possible to have clean tires?
What is that, like 50 cents?
It just basically says they made it a law to not ruin the highway.
$62, roughly.
I love these ones that are strangely specific.
Yeah,
it's illegal to sell Limburger cheese on a Sunday. So you can sell other types of cheese.
Can I get some Gouda in a back alley?
Oh,
it's just the Limburger is too smelly to sell when you're coming home from church.
I wonder if this old English law can apply to COVID as well, but it's illegal to flag down a taxi in England if you have the plague.
Oh.
Whoa. That's an old. That one's been on the books for a while.
Yeah. Although in the current climate, it's not a bad one. I think it's.
Okay, so this one kind of makes me angry. In Mississippi, nutrition labels cannot be enforced. So in America, you have to put the nutritional value next to the food. And in Mississippi, which happens to be one of the fattest states in America, they made it illegal to have the nutritional facts next to your food.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not saying that you can't enforce nutritional facts being there. Isn't the same as it being illegal for it to be there.
They made so basically because of states' rights, you if you sell food in Mississippi, you can't put the nutritional value on it.
What Ancher's saying is it doesn't say you can't put a nutritional label on there. It's only saying that's not required.
That's just sad that they went out of their way. That's like when they make mask laws. That's it. Or like the footage I saw from Tampa after the Super Bowl. Man, it's going to be 2024 before I leave the house. In Missouri, bear wrestling is banned.
Well,
That's just a smart.
That's law in South Africa as well.
Ew, this one's kind of, in Montana, it's illegal to give a rat as a present.
Well, I'm gonna have to check this one out because I'm not sure I believe this one. Any Scotsman found to be wearing underwear beneath his kilt can be fined 2 cans of beer. That does not sound right at all.
Yeah, it should be 3 cans of beer.
In Nebraska, you can't get married if you have a venereal disease. I can't say that without laughing. I'm sorry.
Well, no, actually, that's a lot to do with why most states used to require a blood test before a marriage license.
Yeah.
Was to make sure that you didn't have a sexually transmittable disease.
Yeah, because you got to be able to have babies.
So what? I mean,
in Nevada, it's illegal to sit on sidewalks.
Okay, there's an ancient Norwegian law, still technically on the books, states that males must go off on expeditions to rape and plunder nearby countries at least once every 5 years.
Yikes!
I think pretty much that means every Norwegian male has broken the law. Quite frankly.
In New Jersey, bulletproof vests are banned while committing crimes. So if you're committing a crime in New Jersey, don't wear a bulletproof vest.
That just sounds like, I think that's just something that they can add on to your sentence. If you've committed the crime, like, but also.
Well, here in California, they're illegal, and I still don't know why. Tupac went to jail for wearing a bulletproof vest in California, and that law is still on the books here. You can't wear a bulletproof vest in California unless you're a police officer.
Wow.
It's in New Mexico, idiots are banned from voting.
Apparently, is in Finland here, if you get a traffic fine, the level of your fine is calculated according to your income.
Oh, wow.
No, that makes sense.
That does. In 2017, I think I paid almost $3,400 in tickets. I got one speeding ticket that was $900. I got another one that was $1,100. Like, I don't know how people. It's outrageous here.
Yeah, but $1,000 to somebody who's only making $30,000 a year is a lot of money.
That's what I was about to say. I don't know how.
$1,000 to somebody who's making $500,000 a year ain't shit.
That's true. I just don't know how that would get the average person's license taken away because they wouldn't be able to afford to pay the fee.
Right.
And then you get a warrant out for your arrest. That's where the socioeconomic discrimination is just endless.
There's an interesting law here. It's a town in southern France. And it's illegal to fly over or land flying saucers in this town. Apparently, though, this has actually helped this town gain a little bit of tourist.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's a clever one. If you could come up with that's a clever idea. If you could come up with some weird law or something that could actually help boost tourism, that's quite a.
That's awesome.
Okay, there was a Minnesota law that limited bingo in nursing homes and senior centers to no more than twice a week.
Why? Did it become a gambling ring?
No, I think it was more that the seniors were getting pissed off about having to do it every day, would be my guess.
Because to be honest, I mean, there is only so much bingo you could do in a Blimid.
You know, another terrible Vegas story. I got drunk and played bingo in Las Vegas. I won like $200.
Yep.
I had no idea what I was doing, So in New York, slippers are banned after 10 p.m.
Okay. I'm assuming the addition is in public.
Because
they ain't coming to my house and saying, take off your slippers.
In Blue Earth, Minnesota, the law declares that no child under the age of 12 may talk on a telephone unless they are being monitored by a parent.
Cool. I like that one. Keep it on the books. Cool.
So you can't just tell your kid to go call grandma.
In North Carolina, drunk bingo is illegal.
Okay, and in North Carolina, it's also illegal to play bingo more than 10 hours a week.
Something happened in North Carolina. Man, I bet they have some interesting bingo games out there.
Multiple counties in New Hampshire have outlawed picnics in cemeteries. Was this a popular pastime at some point?
No, okay. So, true story. My parents used to take us to Hollywood Forever and Forest Lawn. We'd go picnic there. And Hollywood Forever is where a lot of like famous Hollywood like silent film stars and people from the 30s and 40s. So
yeah, John Denver even did a song about "Lay Me Down in Forest Lawn."
Oh wow! I probably had lunch near where he's buried then.
Yeah, it was one of his few parody songs, but yeah.
Oh, that's funny. So it's not as morbid as you think.
Fair, right? This article I'm reading now actually is at the bottom. Some of these do seem to be urban legends. So that thing about the Scotsman, I think, is the cans of beer. Like I said, that sounded like an urban legend to me. Like, you know,
in Ohio, it's illegal to sell dyed chickens. So no more hair dye for.
I can actually understand that one, because by dyeing them, you may be, fraudulently trying to pass them off as being a different breed.
Okay, is it the outside of the chicken, or is it you can't put dye in the meat because you might add a little pink dye to make it look fresher?
I was assuming it meant dyeing the feathers of a living chicken, but
yeah, it's animal cruelty because they'll choke from the chemicals.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I say, I could kind of see people trying to, dye a common chicken to pass it off as a more exotic breed.
Yeah.
Because then they could get a higher price for it.
In this picture,
there's many reasons that's a good idea.
There's a picture here. They look like tropical birds. They look like tropical birds. Those are dyed chickens.
So it's definitely feathers.
In other chicken related news, there's a law in New Zealand that states you cannot fly with a rooster in a hot air balloon.
Well, that's just common sense.
Okay, in the city of Brainerd, Minnesota, there is a law that requires every man to grow a beard.
Are you serious?
Well, that's what I'm reading here. Is Strange
that-
House in Minnesota.
Awesome.
You know, and this site, to its credit, does have several of these listed as things that they couldn't find citations for or are urban legends, but this one is not marked that way.
You know, when I think of
So
Brainerd,
what if you live there and you actually can't grow a beard? Because, you know, for me, until I was in my mid-30s, I never had any facial hair.
me neither. And now it's all white and gray anyways. Same here. I didn't start growing facial hair until like almost 34, 35.
Yeah.
That wasn't patchy and weird.
Mine wasn't patchy or anything at all. It's just, you know, before I was like, you know, 33, 34, you just couldn't even notice it. It was so fine and wispy, you didn't even see it at all.
Oh, wow.
You know, and now it's so coarse that, yeah, it doesn't matter. I could shave 3 times a day and you'd still see it.
You know, when I think of, did you say Brainerd?
Yeah.
It makes me think of Fargo. The second you said the town, it just made me think of the movie Fargo.
I don't see the association. Yeah, Brainerd's actually not far out of the Twin Cities.
Is it? I swear. Now
Yeah, Minneapolis, St. Paul, which is in, you know, the southeast corner of the state. Fargo is on the northwest corner.
Someone can anyone know if this one's true, that there's still a blasphemy
Brainerd in the movie? Sorry.
Is this true that there's still a blasphemy law in Michigan?
Oh wow.
That's what I'm reading here. I don't know if that's true or not, because I didn't know there was any. I didn't know there was any blasphemy laws anywhere in the United States.
I know there had been at some point. There probably still are, just because they haven't thought to repeal them.
Mm.
In Oregon, it's illegal to go hunting in a cemetery.
What are you hunting?
You know, what if a turkey goes wobbling into a cemetery?
Okay, similar to the thing about dyeing a chicken, it is illegal to paint a sparrow with the intent of selling it as a parakeet.
Oh.
That is a total ripoff.
There's one here. It says that apparently it's illegal to swear in sporting events in Massachusetts. But they said they did say here. To be fair, though, if that law was enforced, the police would be taking 37,000 people into custody after every game at Fenway Park.
In Duluth, Minnesota, it is illegal to allow animals to sleep in a bakery. That sounds more like a health code thing, but yeah.
Yeah.
It is illegal to be a psychic in Pennsylvania, but they would have known that.
In Minnesota, it is illegal to tease skunks. I don't think they need to make a law of that. I think that's something that kind of enforces itself.
Exactly.
Well,
everywhere.
if you're dumb enough to do it, you kind of deserve it.
In Rhode Island, it's illegal to ride a horse on the highway.
Now, this one I've heard of before, because this is quite a sickening one. That you have to believe in something in order to hold public office in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, which says you can't be exclusive on a religious sentiments, but you have to acknowledge the existence of a supreme being.
Okay, Spaghetti Monster.
So,
where's my
Spaghetti
Monster? Where's my?
Don't like that at all.
In Minneapolis, you cannot drive a red car up and down Lake Street without a specific destination.
That one is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard Aaron Ra talk about that one in Texas, because I know he actually tried to run for public office there once, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Aaron Ra did talk about that.
Yeah, I know he pulled out because he said this. He pulled out because there was some other Democrat on the ticket who said he had a better chance of winning than he did. So,
in South Carolina, you can't play pinball if you're a minor. You know, I miss pinball machines.
Wait, what kind of minor? A young person or someone
Not
who
a
digs
cult,
in
not
the
a
dirt?
cult, a young person. A young
Okay.
person. In South Dakota,
here's a very recent one. A 2010 law, Minnesota statute, they give the statute number. No person may be charged with or convicted of the offense of drunkenness or public drunkenness.
oh wow, that's a good place to be punkin' Drublick over there.
Yeah, what? I don't understand why they would have passed that.
You know, maybe so many people were hammered that they were like, we got to stop this law.
Oh, and in St. Cloud, hamburgers may not be eaten on Sundays.
What?
That's
have they mentioned this to all the McDonald's here?
Where's that?
I love those laws.
That's St. Cloud, Wisconsin, St. Cloud, Minnesota.
So in South Dakota, it's illegal to sleep in a cheese factory. There's got to be a story behind that. In Tennessee, it's illegal to share your Netflix password in Tennessee. It's a law.
Here's one to freak out all of the town office workers. In Hibbing, Minnesota, there is a 10-cent bounty for each rat's head brought into the town office. Can you imagine what the reaction would be of the city clerk if you walked in with a bag full of rat's heads and dumped it out on their desk?
Whoa.
They'd call the cops. They would call the police.
In Southington, Connecticut, it's illegal to sell silly string.
Oh, that's just mean. That's just silly.
In Wayland, Minnesota, anyone can keep their cow on Main Street downtown for a cost of 3 cents per day.
I want to challenge that. I want to challenge that law. I want to challenge that law.
And yeah, I want to buy a cow just for that.
Exactly. In Texas, you can't sell a human eye.
Okay.
So all you body part sellers, don't go to. In Utah, biting is banned in boxing. Mike Tyson wouldn't do well.
Mike Tyson was a bit screwed, wouldn't he?
In Vermont, it's illegal for women to wear fake teeth without their husband's approval. That goes back to body autonomy.
Okay.
In Virginia, you can't. This is just mean. You can't go trick-or-treating if you're over 14.
Okay, I'm wondering about this one from Hans, that the place I live in is defined as a town and it's illegal to die here.
How do they enforce that?
If it's illegal to die, what do they do to you if you violate that law?
Yeah, exactly. How in any way, shape, or form do they enforce that?
Okay, it's okay. It's illegal to play dominoes in Alabama on a Sunday. It says you also are not supposed to hunt, shoot, play cards, or race that day, or you also cannot promote or engage in a bear wrestling match.
Man, they hate everything in Alabama.
I'll tell you what. Hold on.
They hate everything.
Hold on. Do they hold NASCAR events on Sundays just out of interest? Because Alabama would be pretty screwed.
Yeah, I expect they do.
Yeah.
Okay, most people do not know the origin of the ice cream sundae. Is because Coca-Cola originally contained cocaine. It was originally only dispensed by pharmacists, which is why we have these soda fountains in drugstores way back. You don't really see them anymore, but I'm old enough to remember them in the 70s. But because it was only sold medicinally, it was illegal for the pharmacist to sell it on a Sunday. So since you couldn't get the cola from the fountain on a Sunday, they served ice cream instead. And that's where we get the ice cream sundae from.
Okay.
That's awesome. Oh yeah, I'm doing too much. Okay, so next one. In Washington, it's illegal to attach a vending machine to a utility pole.
That one I kind of get because it could interfere with utility workers needing to scale the pole to do, maintenance work.
That's a good place to stand. In West Virginia, hats are banned in theaters. I could see that if nothing's worse than sitting behind some a-hole with a cowboy hat, says the guy who wears a cowboy hat.
Yep.
Okay, my internet cut out for a second. I appear to be back now.
I remember a spoof cartoon of that from the 70s. Of the guy in the theater, telling the black guy in front of him he has to take his hat off. And when he pulls his hat off, it puffs up into an afro 4 times the size of the hat.
That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. In Wisconsin, butter substitutes are banned without permission.
Who do you ask for permission, though?
That was my first question.
I'm sorry, what's banned without permission?
Butter substitutes.
Oh, okay, so you can't serve margarine.
I'm addicted to margarine.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a restaurant thing that they couldn't serve imitation butter without notifying the customers.
But it says without permission. Who are you asking permission from?
Well, that's why I expect in a restaurant they had to ask the customers permission if that was okay.
Oh.
That in Wyoming, buildings that cost over $100,000 must display pricey art.
Okay.
This is good. We're having fun, and this is a good note to end on.
Yeah, we've been going for a while.
We've been going almost 5 hours, and Sammy is really pestering me about why I'm not in bed yet.
Okay.
That's Sammy's son, my cat, not Sammy Jenkins in the side chat.
He's really pestering you.
Both are okay. We're saying, we're just saying.
So yeah, let's does anyone have anything they want to plug before we go?
Next Thursday, the WTF show. We're always having fun. Come on down. All welcome.
Got my asterisk stream with Noodle on Sunday. Might do another Twitter stream next week, but it's trying to find someone to at the moment whose stupidity we can go through. We've probably to be honest, we've probably hit the peak early with doing Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday and going through her Twitter.
And Kevin Sorbo is a gift.
Yeah.
Well, that's the good thing. Unless these people get themselves kicked off Twitter, you can come back to them in a few months' time.
That's true. That is.
We've done so far. Pastor Greg Locke, Kevin Sorbo, the transform wife, and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Does Greg Anderson have any social media?
I have no idea.
Who's Greg Anderson?
Oh,
I hate preacher from Arizona.
And they have
Steven Anderson. It's one something. It's 2. It's 3 in the morning.
Yeah. And he has one more for us. In Tennessee, you can't hold public office if you've been in a duel.
Oh. Okay.
That makes sense.
That kills my chances.
Okay, Hans didn't say where this is from, but if you challenge a man to a fist fight to the death, he must accept or pay a penalty of 4 deer.
We've actually had a serving British Prime Minister in our country. We actually had a serving British Prime Minister challenge someone to a duel, and I'm pretty sure that it was actually fought.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was the Duke of Wellington.
Oh, that's awesome.
I would kind of wonder, in the U.S., if there aren't still dueling laws on the books, especially in the East Coast states.
I guarantee you there's probably some law hidden somewhere.
Yeah, there's got to be some of those left over that they haven't gotten rid of yet.
Especially on the East Coast, because, they've been around a lot longer than the West Coast. So I'm sure there's some obscure, weird law we've never heard of.
Yeah, that's John Adams was famously killed in a duel. Our second president was shot in a duel.
That wasn't by Aaron Burr, was it?
Yeah.
The greatest milk commercial ever.
Yep. Yeah, that's what that commercial played off of.
See, and it worked because I remember a pointless fact.
Okay. Hans was saying the fist fight thing was in Norway.
Wow.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna. Apparently, I am sentenced to doing this thing Wednesdays at noon and Thursdays at midnight for the rest of my life, apparently. And, Dick Dawson has really been pushing to get me an official position on the shills, so you'll probably find me there most every Friday night at 7.
Awesome. They got a sub because of you. I showed up and subbed.
That's a good show. I do enjoy the shills.
It's a good point and laugh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I a lot of the time I miss it live now. I tend to catch up with them a day or two later. But if I am awake, I will listen in.
Yeah, and then movie night at Fridays at 10 Central, which is Cy Strike's legacy, and his daughter Cy Strikeling is trying to carry it on. Could actually use a bit of help from the audience on that one. That we need more people to, send in suggestions of any videos you see that have bad science that we can take apart.
Awesome.
So if you don't know anybody else on the show, you can DM me with suggestions of things that you'd like to see us rip up on movie night.
I watch a lot of African television, and I'll send you some links. It's some funny stuff because they mix religion and science.
Yeah, because Jesse Cy Strikeling is right now. They're kind of in the process of moving, and they're in a temporary living situation because their new place wasn't ready by the time they had to move out of the old place. So, for about the next month, it's going to be really difficult for her to put anything together, and we really need some extra help to keep that running.
Can I promote something?
Sure. What have you got?
Well, I've got my Twitter, enter on Twitter, but I have a video on my YouTube now.
Oh, really? I didn't see that come up.
Yeah, just one.
I watched it.
Okay.
I gave you some support.
Yeah.
Can you put a link to your YouTube channel in the side chat, because I seem to have missed that one?
I can't because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, go sub to Anchor.
Is it still under Anchor? Is that the name your channel's under?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I can.
Oh, you're up to 20 subscribers. See, because you have a rare name, you pop right up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It also means that name is available pretty much anywhere I go.
Okay, somehow I was not subscribed to you.
Oh, okay. Maybe one of those weird YouTube things where unsubscribed. Yeah, well,
I know in the last year there have been more than a dozen channels I was subscribed to that I somehow no longer am.
Yeah, I think it's done that to me too. Because I'm like, no, I'm not crazy. I swear I was subbed to them.
Well, I got the link here for Ancher's channel in the side chat. So, everybody go and check out her first video.
Thank you.
Oh. In landlocked Oklahoma, whaling is illegal.
As it should be, I guess.
And I know these things do happen, that some of these ridiculous laws are because legislatures want to pass something, so when they're up for re-election, they can just quote that, during my term in office, 12 new laws were passed without actually having anybody know what these things were.
Yeah. With the weird laws, like all owls must be wearing boots.
Yeah.
I now have images of owls wearing boots in my head.
It's so weird.
And it's adorable.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for coming, and once again, thank you all my patrons, Greg Warwick, and the Lavender Lady, and Mikey Famine, and Ox, and Robert X. So I appreciate all the help these people give me, and just I appreciate all of you coming here. I can't believe I've been doing this for almost 3 years.
Oh, wow.
And I have a small but very loyal following, apparently.
Absolutely.
So, nice to see you people turning out every week. So we will catch you all next week then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
And press the red button